Hello, everybody, and gosh, happy Valentine's Day. Yes, we're so excited. You're going to spend some time with us today, and we're going to spend some time with you today as well. And we have some great Slimline projects for you to enjoy on this wonderful Valentine's Day. And oh my gosh, it's love, 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 and it's already Valentine's Day.
I love Valentine's Day, don't you?
Yes, yes. I love the color. You know, we were talking about the different colors, the red, and I love the red and black together.
Oh yeah, that's
beautiful. I think that's everything just kind of stands out.
Yeah, that is fun.
So yeah, so I made a few Valentine's Day cards, and I got to call my mom today and everything too for Valentine's Day, and probably my sister and my granddaughters and everybody.
Aww, that's sweet.
Yes, so it's busy, and we're so glad you're here with us today. Just a couple of things. First of all, this is Vickyville, if you are new to us.
Hi.
And I'm Expo Dave. And the segments today, all of the segments, even Vickyville and I, they are pre-recorded, and that is so we can enjoy part of our Valentine's Day doing these great projects along with you and our great sponsors.
Love it.
Also, we want to make sure we pre-recorded everything because all of the presenters, they are just waiting for your questions, so you can type away any questions that you have that you want to ask them about the projects, even as they're doing them. So, and we have some great presenters today. We got to preview a little bit, so you are going to be really pleased with everybody. Everybody had great tips again for this Mega Make and Take. So
I love learning all the little new techniques. I'm always about like learning a new something that can put in my everyday crafting use.
Exactly. And I actually learned something new this time again. So, and I'll be sharing that a little bit later.
Very good.
Yeah, so and it's something that I already have, that it's a little bit better way to use it. So
oh, good.
I'm excited about that for sure. So
sweet.
yes.
I love it.
Yes. And also there's going to be some great shopping today as well. For sure.
That's always my fave.
Yes.
Unfortunately, no, just kidding.
Well, every week it is. No, it's so much fun,
Right.
And there's still, still coming out with great new products. Everybody is too. So
I know. It's like, just when you think there can't be another stamp that would be a must-have, there's a stamp that's a must-have.
That's a must-have.
It's just amazing how everybody has such awesome slimline dies or stamps or new colored inks.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. New colored inks coming
and
out.
Paper packs.
Yes.
I'm just like, oh my God.
And it is amazing because you think, just like with paper, it's like, hey, what new design can they do?
Yeah.
But, so, and I always like it when I find like maybe a paper pack or even a tool that maybe was used years ago that they've kind of, redone a little bit or something like that.
Actually, on that topic, so the other day I was at home and I wanted to craft for Valentine's, and I have, newer things, but I wanted to show love to my older things.
Yes.
And so I went into my stamp, where I have, it's just a tub, but I carry all my stamps.
Mm-hmm.
And I just at random pulled out some stamps.
Oh, that's fun.
And I challenged myself to make either an embellishment or a card and it was so much fun using these really older stamps.
Yeah.
That has been in my, and it was just a great time of coloring and I think that's fun too. Of course it's nice to support and shop and all those things, but there's also, we have really, you were talking about, tools and things that we have in our supply that we could, in our stash that we could, give bring out and play with too,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And that was fun that day.
Yeah, I like the idea of just, you know, like you said, you had your tub and just kind of randomly pulled.
Yeah,
it's like a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good idea.
Yeah,
and you only have one tub of stamps.
Well, that was the
one tub of stamps.
That was the I will say I cheated a little because it was like the tub full of little girl, you know. So I knew I was going to be pretty safe.
Well, there you go. That's still a good idea, though.
Yeah.
You could do that with, you know, anything.
Yeah.
That would be fun to do, like with paper or anything like that.
Exactly. Just blindly kind of challenge yourself, you know, because it was fun. So I made a bunch of Valentine's little cards and embellishments and stuff.
Oh, nice.
It was fun.
And you know, that is a good way, because, you know, I've seen on Facebook recently where people are like, you know, I need something to inspire me, or, you know, so, you know, kind of get that creativity from because, you know, a lot of these things, you know, as, you know, last year everybody was kind of reorganizing, and they found all these new treasures or old treasures that they had that they haven't used. So.
Yeah, a lot of times the things come back. Like if you remember
colors for sure.
Yeah, when we started, do you remember there were a lot of shaker cards back when you first started?
Yes.
And then it kind of went away. And then all of a sudden sequins were back, and you were making like shaker cards again. So I have like a feeling that things just like fashion trends come back into crafting as well. You know, which is cool. So you can't, that kind of supports my hoarder theory, because I can't get rid of anything ever.
Well, and you know, there's always new crafters, you know, people trying different things now, you know, because you know, I think that there's a lot of new stampers and card makers, you know, that are recently, you know, as the things change, you know. And the great thing about cards and stamping is those are all things, you know, like a lot of people say, well, I'm only a scrapbooker, and those are all things that you can you know, incorporate into you know. And you know, some people, they want to do that, you know. It's kind of, you know, everybody has their own little style. So
I know, and that's funny because I like to challenge myself when I'm in my craft room, like to implement new things. So I think that's another great challenge that would be fun. And let us know if you think that maybe that would be a good thing. Like because I'm a scrapbooker at heart. I'm a 12 by 12 original scrapbooker. But it would kind of be a fun challenge to add my love of stamping in my layouts too. I never do that. I always use my pre-cut stickers or whatever. But that would be really cool to like mesh the two, my scrapbooking and my stamping. So maybe I'll do that challenge for myself this week. I always like to like give myself a challenge.
Well, and I'm kind of the opposite of you, because, you know, now years ago when now this is like 20 years ago, when I started in the industry, I started and made a scrapbook for my son, you know, and that's when he was little, and in Little League and football, and then, you know, through the years. And I did that book, and then I kind of went away from that. And I started doing some smaller things, and now I do, you know, a lot of cards. But right now I'm actually creating a 12 by 12 page with stamping, using stamps.
Oh, so, good. Yeah.
That's
cool.
And I started doing that, and then I started on that as well, doing a little bit of coloring with my colored pencils. So.
Well, that's fun.
So yeah. So I had the urge to start to work on a layout.
Yeah.
And
that's good.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Like scrapbooking still. I love the new Slimline, everything Slimline.
Yes.
I've even seen like mini albums made in the Slimline dimensions, which is super cute.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, you could print out your little photos of an event. I think I love new and old and meshing them together. It's fun.
Well, and you know, today in this box of goodies that we hope, if you pre-ordered, you know, you're going to be following along. But if you didn't, you know, watch the Mega Make Take, and then you're still able to order the package after, and you can just go to YouTube and watch the videos. So, but what I wanted to mention is that, you know, you were talking about, there's so many new great ways to use that I saw Slimline cards and using the Slimline dies. So not just on cards. So I'm excited about that.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking
about.
Yeah, exactly. I love that multi-purpose thought, because a lot of times I get stuck with you can only do one thing with each thing. But we're going to see in one of our event today. Presentations that you can use a Slimline in several ways.
Yes. And great coloring. So we have it all. So you guys enjoy our Mega Make and Take, and you're going to be so excited to see Riley and company coming up. So we'll be back.
Hi everyone, this is Tanya with Riley and Company. Thank you for joining our Make and Take today. We are going to be making this easel Slimline card that has 4 of your Riley friends playing around. Isn't that adorable? And it's really, really super easy. If you got the kit for the Make and Take event, ours will look like this. Inside, you will find all of the card pieces. These are your front and your back, and we will assemble them in a second. All of your decorator pieces and a whole bunch, I forget how many, of the stamped, pre-cut, pre-stamped coloring pieces that we're going to do in a little while. So what we're going to do and I forgot the best part. And in your kit, you get a full-size dress-up Riley sets. We normally sell these for $15.99, so it is a great deal. It is our dress-up Riley Valentine St. Patrick's set, and I believe the numbers are 𝐒𝐿04. And it does have matching dies to go with it, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to set this aside for a second, and we are going to start on our base. Now, you have 2 base pieces, and one is 1/4 of an inch longer than the other. So we're going to start with the longest piece, and you're going to score it. This is the only thing that hasn't been done for you. You're going to score it at 1/2 an inch here, okay? And then you're going to turn it over, and you're going to score it at 4.5 inches, okay? So this is 9 inches, this is 9.5. We're just going to score this piece at 1/2 an inch so we can fold it over, and this is going to be the piece that attaches to the back of our card. This piece is going to be the pop-up piece. And so we're going to fold this back and forth a couple times to get it nice and worked in there. And the same with our front piece. Just going to kind of work it out a little bit. Now you're just going to grab your adhesive. I'm using Zip Dry. For those of you that have ever seen me before, I love my Zip Dry because it's like rubber cement, and it lets you move your piece around before it locks it down, which is really awesome in some cases. So I'm going to square this up, and then I'm going to fold this flap over, and that's what it looks like on the back. Just going to attach it on the back. Okay, if there's a little bit that's too long on this side, because of where you scored it, it's okay. It doesn't matter. We'll fix it later. So that is what you should have right now. We're going to take this piece and we're going to set it aside a second. And I want you to grab the biggest decorator pieces, your green, your yellow, and your blue. Okay, and we are just going to glue these on top of each other. The yellow on top of the green. And I will show you what I mean by Zip Dry. I actually had to restart this video because my darling dog Tucker, who the stamp was actually made after, started barking. And I didn't think y'all would want to listen to him try to talk to the animals outside that he thinks he sees. So we have that piece on there like that. And what I mean by Zip Dry lets you move it around. For example, when I had to restart, I didn't want to recut these pieces, so I just took it off. Okay, and this just rubs right off if you use the wrong piece and you want to change it out. Now, after about 5 minutes, there's no way you're going to be able to do that. So that is what I like about it. It gives you mobility, but on the second hand, it gives you a really solid card once it sets up. So we're just going to do this on our blue piece as well. We're going to center that right like that. And I was a little too far to the right, and it just lets me scoot it over until it dries. And then it won't let you after it dries. So now we have this piece, and we're going to attach that to our front card. Now we're not going to attach it like you normally would to the whole base. We're only going to attach it to the bottom half that folds, okay? So you're simply going to just put your glue on this piece. All right, lay it flat. All right, and you're just going to arrange this so that it is nice and square. And then we're going to seal it down. Okay, so that way, the only piece that it's glued to is just the bottom piece. Can everybody see that? Hope so. All right, so for the inside, all you need to do to figure out where you want your inside pieces is to let it stand up. So if you like where it's standing, some of you may like it better down here, some of you may like it better up here. That is where we are going to put our first piece, because that is going to be the stop for it. All right, so see, if I take it down, it's going to slide down. So I'm just going to unfold it, and you can use either side, your plaids or your stripes. We're just going to glue that down. We're going to finish by taking our decorator pieces. You can use the fish side if you want. Doesn't really make sense with all the St. Patrick stuff, but hey, you can use it if you want, right? And that's going to go down. And then finally, we have a pre-stamped sentiment for you. And I love this for easel cards. This is a stamp that I created specifically for easel cards so I could stack up all of Riley's friends. Hiya, what's up? I'm going to put that in the center. Okay, now the last piece that you have is just this bottom piece, and I just put it down here just as a decoration piece. Kind of gives you a little place to write, and it looks like it's intentional, so that's why we put that decorator piece on there. And when this is on, we are finished with our card base. Okay, so now our easel card will stop where it's supposed to. All right, we will set this aside, and now we are going to have some fun coloring. So I've got all my little pieces here, and I'm going to separate them out into what we need to color where. So the shirt is going to be green, and if you're wondering, you know, what colors to do, just refer back to your cover sheets of your kit. And the hats and the skirt is green, and the beer is green, and the kiss me, the little shamrock's green. Oh, and the heart balloon is green. So the only thing that isn't are the animals and the beer on top and the little cow's eyes. You guys wonder what these are? They're little cow's eyes. They go on top of the cow. All right, so I love my Copics. We're going to use Copics for this. And the two colors I chose were G14 and G07. Sorry, I needed some coffee. All right, so let's start with G14. And we are just going to draw in, color in the little hearts. And I like to go over the edges so it makes the white disappear, okay? So like with the shamrock, he's got a little edge of white there. He's not going to for long. Okay, we're just going to give everything a nice first layer of green. If you have a bigger section with Copics, do circles, fill it in while moving your marker in circles. It helps it blend a little better. And do the whole thing except the shamrock in the middle. Okay, then I'm going to come to, let's do these. These are so much fun. We're going to make them plaid. So all we're going to do is just run different stripes of green across on this one. No particular pattern. I'm just coloring one of the lines in. Okay, and then I'll go across in a couple spots. Then we have our green beer, and I'm just going to color that whole thing in. See, this doesn't take very long at all. And for the shirts, I'm going to leave the outside edges white. So I'm going to be using a circular motion. My marker's wanting to get dry on me. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over it a second time, but not everywhere, because you can use color, the same color on top of a color to create shadows. So with a circular motion, I'm just going to come along. This is telling me that the light is shining from that edge. So I'm going to bring my marker back around and give it a little bit more of the same color on that side. Okay, same with the shamrock. Not all of it, because I want to see the white parts. I mean, I want a lighter part up here in the left top. So I'm going to bring this in, and hopefully my marker is going to hang out for me. Okay, and I hope you guys can see that there's actually shadows going on there. Now this little guy is all the way on the bottom, so we are going to put his shadows on the bottom of his shirt, and definitely on his shoulders. Okay, so we are finished with that. Now I'm going to take my G7. Okay, then I'm going to come back in. Let's start with the balloon again. And I'm just going to come around the outside edge, but not as far up as my G14 was. It can blend in on its own, but each time I'm going to take my original marker, my G14, and I'm going to help shade it along by just doing little circles. All right, we're going to do the same thing with the shamrock. All right, we're going to do the same thing with the hats, except don't color the brim of it. We want the brim to stay light. All right, and then the same with the shirt. We're going to bring it along the side and just the edges. You guys will notice that I don't fussy color a lot. I just kind of go for it. Okay, we're going to come back with the shamrock in our original color and shade it. Same with the hat, just along the lines and back out just a little bit. And if you don't have the two colors of green, that's okay. You can still shade it with just your G14 and 2 layers. All right, so there is our shading and it's all done. Okay, I'm going to come back with the darker green and we're going to work on the little plaid, and I'm just going to run a few more lines with my darker green. Okay. And darker green. And I think we're going to throw a little darker green on the cup. All right. Then the color that we're going to use now to finish off the plaid is yellow. The color for this is 𝐲𝐢𝐿, and all I'm going to do is the same thing. I'm just going to fill in where there's whites, and it's going to give us a nice English plaid look, and we're done. Now for the tops of these, the puff doesn't really matter because as you see, whoops, I picked it up, Tucker's standing on it. All right, but the bottom does matter, and I just pulled in a general brown color. These are sticking to my hands. I'm using E35. You can use E33, just a brown, and I'm going to make it a little leather pouch. Okay. And now let's move on while we've got our yellow out. Let's move on to our beer mug. This is so simple. And this is also super easy to do. Sorry, can't color and talk at the same time. Okay. Very, very easy to do. That's also included in your stamp sets. Now, we've got the basics done for the clothes. Now all we need to do is start on the animals, and they look like a lot of work, but they're really, really not. So let's start with the bottom, and we'll do the cow. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to grab that E35 marker. Now keep in mind that a lot of his spots in here you aren't going to see. So we're just going to give him that's this ear because we're going to see that. And let's see, we're going to see this here and maybe this spots and his tail. All right, we're definitely going to see his hooves, so they're going to be dark brown, and I really have no idea what color cows are supposed to be, so I'm just winging it. And if you don't want this color of cow, feel free. If you want a pink cow, go for it. You get strawberry milk from a pink cow. That's what I was always told. And chocolate milk from a brown cow. Now, I have the B00, and if you want, you can definitely use the eyes that are included. These eyes were meant to pop up to give it a 3D look. So we are just going to take those, if I can hang on to it, and just put a little blue in the edges of both. Just gives a little something. And we are going to use an RV10 for the inside of his mouth. You can do just a little bit on his snout too if you want. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You don't have to. Maybe some inside his ears. And now I'm going to use it a second time and make his tongue just a tiny bit darker than before. So now we are ready to put the clothes on the cow. So let's grab our shirts and let's always dry fit it. And it looks great. But let me tell you what I do. I take a pair of scissors and right with the cows, right where that comes together, I just cut it up just a tiny bit so I can tuck the shirt in underneath it and his snout's on top instead of covering his snout with the shirt. So let's attach that to his body. And then the only thing that we have left to do is put a beer in his hand, which sounds like a fabulous thing to do. Put a little bit of glue on there. And Gonna sit him aside to dry. If you want, you can also put a little cut in his hoof and slide it in that way as well. All right, moving along, let's do Bert next. Bert the cat, smiling Bert. Bert is going to be gray. So I usually use C3, C5, something like that on Bert. Now you can color your cat whichever color you choose. And to do that, all I do is hang on to the pieces literally, and I cover all the edges. And up his neck. Be a little gentle here with him. Alrighty. All right, that is super simple. You can also use your marker again and come along the outside edge and give it a little undershadow there, if you can see that, and maybe a little along his mouth line, and maybe some on his neck, and definitely some on his little feet. Now grab your black marker, and you can leave his eyes like this if you choose. Okay, or we're gonna make him really super cool because he's out having cocktails with his bros, and we're gonna give him sunglasses. We're just gonna give him some black shades by coloring that in black. Okay, now grab your RV10 again. We're gonna color in his nose, and we are going to color in just a little part of his ear. Now here is the fun stuff. This is going on Bert. Our little skirt is going to go on Bert, the cat, okay? It is too big for Bert, all right? It fits Riley and it fits the cows, okay? And it also fits our newest little raccoon, but it's not going to fit Bert. So we're just going to trim it up just like you would with a sewing machine. Only we have a pair of scissors. Now it's going to fit Bert's, okay? So we're just going to put a little bit of glue here. Sit that on so you can see his feet. Kind of position it where you want it. Now, how we're going to get it to fit is turn it over. All right, we are just going to start at his waist and trim it down to his feet, and start at his tail and trim it over. And when you do that, look at that, perfect fit for a cat. All right, let's put his hat on. Now I want it to come down over his eyes because Tucker's going to be standing on it. Okay, so it's going to look like it's squishing down on his head. Okay, so there we have Smiling Bert. Now the balloon also goes with him, and this reminds me while we're doing it one at a time that I'm going to put a little dot of glue right here. And I'm going to attach the string to this, and we're going to set it aside so it can dry. Now we're going to move on to Tucker. And Tucker is a little brown pup. So I'm going to pull out my E33, and we're just going to color all of Tucker in except for his eyeballs and his nose. And then we'll come back in and I'll show you how to shade him with just this one marker. This Tucker dog, for those of you that don't know, is actually a real dog. I have a little Dachshund Terrier mix, and he was designed after Tucker. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a little shade underneath his mouth. Okay, over here, definitely on his inside legs and his little tail, and back in this little corner. If you would like more shading than that, that's fine also. We can put a little under his eyes too. All right, you can also bring out your E35. That will help you shade a little bit more if you want it. Just along the edge a little bit. And back in here. All right, normally you would shade this as well, but you're not going to be able to see it, but I'll show you what you would normally do. Okay, so he is holding the shamrock in his mouth. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a pen, any pen that you have, any black pen that you have is fine. I'm just using a Paper Mate. Okay, and I'm just going to write across here, "Kiss Me." In the set that you get with your little kit, you have a Kiss Me stamp, you also have a Love You stamp, and you also have a little Be Mine. So you can stamp that on there if you want. I'm just going to write "Kiss Me." Because Tucker's a loving kind of little guy. Now, here's how we get this in his mouth. You're going to very carefully cut along the line of his mouth. All right, and we're going to put a little bit of glue on the top right leaf. And then we're going to just move it around until you find a spot that you like, and that just looks adorable, doesn't it? He's so cute. He's this cute in person too, really. He's just a sweet little thing. Now, I'm going to color his nose black. And I'm going to add a little bit of blue to his eyes like I did the cow, whose name is Benny, by the way. Okay. And there's that. Now, finally, we have Felix the cat. And I decided for this one, we want Felix to be an orange cat, primarily because we just got a little cat, a little kitten, and she's kind of a little cream puff color. So I'm going to do this with Y17 and Y38. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to color in all of little Felix, except his nose and his eyeballs. Okay. Whoops, and we're going to get this arm. I'm so methodical, can you tell? And I really color like this all the time. I really do. I've found that coloring is actually very relaxing. So now I'm going to add some shade, some shadows. Okay, so if I think about where the shadows would be, it would be definitely down here on his feet, definitely around his belly on the outside, because he is a chunky little thing. On this foot, for sure, definitely on his tail and on his hands. Okay, maybe a little under his whiskers. All right, so we are going to grab our RV10 again. This is the color I'm going to put on his nose, a little in his ears. And we are going to grab our B00 and we're going to come back in and do his eyes. Now, if you don't have these Copic colors, I know I've been rattling them off, but that's for those are for the people that do have Copics. If you don't, anything will work. Grab something similar, sketch it out a little bit, see if you like the color, you're good to go. Now, we are going to assemble this. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut out the little hole in your beer mug. Now this will not hurt him a bit, okay? I'm going to cut his paw off. Just the two little nibby parts of his paw, okay? And don't lose them. I'm telling you this from experience. Do not lose them. So we're going to come back and put a little bit of glue on what's left of his hands. Sometimes the nature of zip dry, because it's like rubber cement, it gets a little clogged up, and that's okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to glue that right on the edge of that beer mug handle, and then we're going to add a little more glue, pick these little guys up, and put them right back on top. And I really do giggle every time because I just think it's hilarious that it turns out like that. So now it really does look like he's holding the beer mug. Can everyone see that? I hope you can. Okay, now let's start assembling. And I know everybody's going to say, but wait, we have a hat left. We are going to put the hat on last, after we get the card assembled, because we cannot have it go taller than our card. So that's going to determine how we stack these, okay? So let's start stacking. Actually, let's put the eyeballs on our cow, if you haven't done so already. And all that requires is a little piece of foam tape, and I thought I had them out, but I guess I don't. Here is my little foam tape. And you're just going to cut a little piece. And put them on the back of the eyeballs. Okay. And there you go. And now our cow has 3D looking little eyes. We are going to assemble this with him first. I'm going to move everything out of the way. All right, he is going to go on the very bottom, and he's going to go below the blue. All right, so when he stands, and the reason we're doing that is so that when your recipient opens the card, it's like he's standing on the ground. That's why we're doing this. So all I do is just cut some foam tape. All right, I want a little bit on that beer mug as well, just to give it some supports. And we are going to put him on first. All right. Next up, we are going to put Tucker on top of Benny's head. Okay. Now you can tuck him back in underneath, however you choose. So with thinking that, you already know that this is popped up and we don't need any foam here. So all we're going to do is put a little foam on his head and a little piece on his tail to stabilize that, because we're going to tie string to it later. And it just gets more fun. The more you go, the more you giggle. So I'm going to put a little bit of glue on Benny the cow's head. If you have zip dry and it acts up like that, all you do is just pull the piece out and it just comes right up in your hands. That's why you always see me swiping at my workspace. Okay. Sit him on there. Get him centered in. And there we have it. Yay! A cat on a cow. But that's okay. Now we're going to put a dog on a cat on a cow. So we have our darling Tucker. All right, he's going to be standing on his head as well. So we're not going to put any tape here. We're just going to put it on his body and on his head. Just about his neck and his head. So we have a piece that's going to go across there. And I want a little piece on that shamrock, I think, just to make it nice and sturdy. When I make cards, I really do just throw stuff like this. Does anybody else do that? I make a disaster area. You can ask Dolores and Karina. They were forever picking up after me at the store because I just literally make a disaster when I create. All right, so I'm going to center him right on there, and I'll hold him down. And there you go. All right. Finally, we have our darling little Felix. Now, if you notice on your card sample, he's not sitting straight across on his head because that doesn't look quite right, does it? Unless maybe he's fallen over a little bit. I don't know. So what I'm going to do, this poor little guy gets all cut up, doesn't he? Is I am just going to cut this little leg off. And it really didn't hurt. I promise it didn't hurt. Okay. Then we are going to put some foam tape on the back of him. And on our beer mug. And just a tiny bit down his body, okay? I think I might have to move this because I laid it down over the edge. All right, I'm gonna peel these off and hey, just toss them. Problem is here I have to clean up after myself. Nice. And if Dolores is watching this, she's going, uh-huh. Yep. All right, so we're gonna sit him kind of on his head. We're gonna put a little dot right on Tuck's forehead. Alrighty, and set him down. Now, what are we gonna do with the other foot? No problem, you ask. No problem. We are just gonna take it, put a little bit of glue. And you may need a pair of tweezers for this. I do, I got little fat fingers. But what we're gonna do is we are just gonna tuck it right back up on Tucker's head. You can also do that by laying it down and just pushing Tucker's head down till it picks it up. That looks so much better, doesn't it? And finally, now we can put the hat on. No problem. We can put it right on top. We can have it going over to the side. I think in mine this time, I'll have it just go to the side. That's kind of cute. And it will be popped up with foam tape as well. Toss. Toss. All right. So I'm just going to sit it over his ear. All right, there we go. We have it. And finally, I was wrong. We have one more thing to put on. We have this balloon. Now I can put the balloon wherever I want it, depending on how long your string is, of course. So I think I'm just going to tuck it right here. All right. So grab your foam tape for the last time. Put a little piece on the back. Throw the paper anywhere. It would be kind of cute. I cut an extra long piece. So if you have any string and the piece that you like isn't long enough for what you want, to just cut another piece of string. And this time it could go all the way up here. Ha! That's kind of cute. I think we'll stick him here. And we are just going to take this and lift his tail up. And we are literally just going to tie this on his tail. And clip it up. And there you have it. There's your card. Now, And there's optional steps that you can take. I'll throw those in real quick. I love my glossy accents. I use them on almost every card I make because it just adds so much more for such a little bit of work. So everything that's glossy on here, the beer mug, hopefully this will work. If it doesn't, I'm going to see if I have a pen laying around. Didn't plan for that. We'll see if we can't get it to work. But I add glossy accents and stickles to almost every single card. So in this case, I am just going to add some glossy accents to the beer mug. And the handle, of course, right? To the eyeballs, I always put glossy accents on their eyes. Just gives their eyes a little 3D look. This balloon, we're going to put some on it. Burnt sunglasses for sure. Cow's eyes. And heck yes, our green beer. All right, everybody always asks me, all the time, always asks me, how long does it take for glossy accents or stickles to dry? It completely depends on how much you use. All right, it dries fairly quickly. I'll come back to this in an hour and it'll be dry. All right, unless you use tons, and that's okay too. So with stickles, I always use Stardust. Stardust is very well known for matching whatever color you have around it. I love Stickle Stardust. I have a gabillion bottles of it. To use it, just shake it like a thermometer. Okay, shakes all the stickles to the edge. I'm going to put some on his little shamrock on his hat. I'm going to put some on the foam on the beer. Okay, I'm definitely going to put some on the shamrock that he's holding. And I think we're going to put some on his little kilt and his hat. And now, folks, we are finished. And we have our card. Keep it flat. If you used glossy accents or stickles, keep it flat until it dries, of course. But after that, you can set it up and enjoy it. Thank you very much for joining me, and stay tuned. We've got some great specials for you. Hi everyone, this is Tanya. Normally you would see my face, but this time I have so much to tell you and so much fun stuff to show you that I didn't want to take time switching the camera around, and I haven't figured out how to do it yet. So we're going to start here. If you were with us in the last segment, you know that this was the adorable Slimline card that we made with Benny and Bert and Tucker and Felix. And with that kit, you got a stamp set from our dress up line. So I decided this time that I was going to introduce you a little bit further to Dress Up Riley, which is all of the clothing on here, and it fits our other animals. You can use them interchangeably. So it also has the theme of one of my very favorite holidays of the whole entire year, and it's not Halloween, so it has to be St. Patrick's Day. I love St. Patrick's Day, and Riley and Company loves St. Patrick's Day. So I wanted to show you some stuff that you can use for St. Patrick's cards. I wanted to tell you a little bit more about Dress Up Riley, and we have got a really great special for you, which is 20% off all of the Dress Up Riley on our website. So if you got the stamp set that is the Valentine St. Patrick's Day stamp set and you want the matching dies, 20% off. And that's only going to go on for a week, so make sure you get them in your cart, okay? Moving along, just to show you what we have in our line that you can make St. Patrick's Day cards with, besides the Dress Up series, we have a little Riley with St. Patty's Day beer. Here is a amazing little Irish saying in our Funny Bones line. Cheers! Which could be used for more than just St. Patrick's Day, right? Here's his little Lucky Clover and his pot of gold. Here he is in a kilt with his hats. For all of you beer lovers out here, we have, oops, I don't have both of them. We have a large beer mug and a small beer mug, and we also have dies that fit the small beer mug, so they're part of our cling series. Now, once you get into the beer, what great cards you can make with beer themes, right? And you know we have the sayings, plural. National Beer Day, January 1st to December 31st. Yep. If you take the word milk and change only 4 letters, you get beer. Word of the day, shenanigator, a person who instigates shenanigans. This we are going to use later in our demo. We're going to make a little card with this in just a few minutes. I put some Baileys in my coffee because, well, you know, hey, it's Ireland somewhere. And of course, some people outgrow childish shenanigans. Some of us master them. So we have a nice arrangement of stamps that you can make all kinds of St. Patrick's Day cards with. Let's see, what should I go to next? Let's go to our Dress Up Riley. We just had a release a couple weeks ago and added some things to our Dress Up line. Now, for those of you that don't know, Dress Up Riley, okay, is 2 Riley images, 2 cow images, or our latest is 2 little fox, raccoon images, okay? So they come like this, or they used to. The Riley images, you get, there's a die set and 2 red rubber stamps. The cows, Benny and Bessie. There's 2 stamps in the set, and then there's also a die set that matches them. And with our Raccoon Fox series, we have decided to start making all of the basic Dress Up Riley in clear sets. Okay, so with this, some of you may have the red rubber, but going forward from our last release, you will get them in clear. Okay, and of course, he has his dies to go along with him. Now, the great thing about this set, if I can find it, which I probably won't, but I will later, I have a mess here, is, all right, I can't see it, I can't find it now, but I'll find it in a little while. He starts off as a fox, right? You can make him a red fox, you can make him a gray fox. However, if you stamp, and I don't have a card either. Oh, yes, I do. If you stamp these little guys and cut them out with your dies or your scissors and attach them, he becomes a raccoon. So there you go. You can have a red fox, you can have a gray fox, or you can have a raccoon as well, just by using these 2 little stripes. You call them whiskers? Nope, they'd be stripes. Yep, stripes. So this is our newest little guy. Our little fox raccoon set. So that is your basic Dress Up Riley sets, okay? This is just your base. So think paper dolls. That's where we're at. Just think paper dolls. Now you have clothes that go on paper dolls, correct? And we have, I think we're going on 28 sets now. This is a Halloween set that we have. We have a couple winter sets that you have clothes that can go on them. This is what you can do, along with this little card we made with the St. Patrick's Day sets. We have summer sports sets. We have barbecue and summer fun sets. Of course, there's Christmas sets and a fall sets. Here's another winter set we have. I love this set. It's a birthday accessory set. We have a little Sophie's accessory set. This is also one of my favorites. It's our camping series. You get a camper with it. We have a professional set that has a fireman, a policeman, a construction worker, and there's a couple others on there. Here is the motorcycle. He has his own Harley, of course. Here's a farmer set. He has his own tractor. And here is Welcome Spring, and that is the stamp set that we used on this guy, the little raccoon. We have Santa's workshop, and he has his own boat and a little love bug bus. This is also one of my favorites, the gingerbread house. You can do so much with it. There's a dress up under the sea set, a dress up beach set, of course a party set, which includes a lampshade, and a second Halloween set. Now in our last release, we came out with yet another dress up set, and it is his own Jeep. Isn't that fabulous? And the die actually cuts out the window of the Jeep, comes with a little snake and a little meerkat and a little monkey that you can hang from things. That's his little safari sets. And this is a card that we did with him. Absolutely love this little safari set. So, okay, I think, oh, one thing I wanted to mention, while we were making the cards, I talked a lot about zip dry. I love my zip dry. Everybody knows I love my zip dry. We have it in stock. Okay, keep in mind that you only use this around the edges. All right, and it's really fantastic. It does not wrinkle your paper. You only put it around the edges. You can lift and put it back on if you make a mistake. Okay, so we have that. I wanted to let everybody know that. And finally, we have added a bunch of new sets to our website. We are going to make this card today. I put some Baileys in my coffee. I told you we were going to use that. So we offered this a while back, like almost a year ago, and we sold out of them. But we found more papers, so we decided to put this together, and this set is on our website in addition to a bunch of other sets, and we also have individuals of these cards available on our website as well. So now, if I can find my mess, let's make a card real quick. What do you say? So we're going to use Little Tucker here, and we are going to make this card. Okay? And it's so easy. It's so easy to do. And if you have the set from the Make and Take today, this is just another little card you can make with that Valentine St. Patrick set. So of course we're just going to take a regular card base, an A2 size card base, and we're going to fold it in half. Okay, sometimes when I do my cards, I like to ink the edges up to give it a little bit of something. And that's what I'm going to do with this card. I use vintage photo almost every time unless I need a color. Okay, and just gently take a sponge. Okay. A lot of people have asked me what this sponge is, and it is an applicator tool, I believe is what Tim calls it. It's a Tim Holtz applicator tool. Now with the zip dry that I mentioned before, I said that we only need to go along the edges. Zip dry is like rubber cement in a bottle. Okay, takes a very little amount. All right, and it will let you move it around if you make a mistake. So, if you happen to lay your paper down like this, if you used like a tape runner or something like that, or a lot of other wet glues, you would have to ruin one of the papers to get this off. With zip dry, you just peel it up, okay, and you can set it. But what if I really wanted to use the other side of the paper instead? Once I have it down, I can lift it up, I can just rub this off, I can re-ink the edges and glue around this side as well. Because it's rubber cement, it just comes right off. That's probably one of the features that I like the best about this glue, because I make a lot of mistakes. So, but I am going to use this side of it after all, and I am just going to put some around this edge. We are going to put it back on the card, move it around until I get it where I like it, which is my second favorite feature, because I figure if you go to all that work to cut out all the stuff for a card, you definitely want it to be nice and straight. And I got a whole bunch of ick right here. Just going to brush it off on my lap. Now I'm just going to take 2 strips of matching paper. It's two kinds of green and a pair of scissors, and I am just going to cut a little V into it. All right, a V into that and a V into this. And I'm going to do the same with this other one. It's the same shade, just a different type of paper. I make these into little ribbon-like things. All right, and I'm going to set those down. And move them around just a little bit. Oh, I forgot to ink those, but that's okay. We can ink this one. Oh, it's zip dry. Guess what? Remember I told you I make a lot of mistakes. So I'm just going to go ahead and ink this up. I can pull it right off and put it right back down in its spot. I know I just heard everybody in the cyber audience gasp. When you can do that? Yes. I used to own a retail store and I sold these by the gallons, 1 bottle at a time. I'm telling you, it was the best glue on the planet. So now I have a yellow circle and I'm going to lay on top of that. And again, we have these in the Funny Bone kits on our website. And everything is pre-cut and pre-stamped for you and pre-packaged for you with a photograph of the card itself. So they're super easy to put together. Okay, just gonna put that down on there. And then I have another green circle. Put that down, and I'm just going to kind of off-center it just a little bit, okay? All right, then we have the saying. This is one of my favorite Funny Bone sayings. A, because it deals with Ireland, and B, because I drink a ton of coffee, and C, well, because I like Bailey's in my coffee, so, and it's funny. So I'm just going to edge this. And when you edge, take it kind of easy. You don't want it to look brown. You just want it to have a little bit of a halo effect. And I'm going to put it around the edges. I'm going to move it around till it's perfect. Okay. And if I could find, I seem to have like a very chaotic mess on my desk. I found some. I'm going to use some foam tape and put on the back of it. And I'm going to pop this saying up. And I'm just going to do a little cockeye. There we go. And now it comes to my darling little Tucker, and we are going to put him in a kilt and a hat. And it's very easy to do. Again, if you have the set from the Make and Take previous to this, you have these. We've already used them and dressed up a cat with them. But this time we're going to dress up a dog with them. Okay, so we're just going to take a green. I'm going to use G14 if you're using Copics. Okay, and we're just going to throw some stripes on this and some stripes on that. And I'm going to take a little darker green. I'm going to throw some more stripes. Okay. Now the trick, go this way a couple times, horizontal as well. And then we're going to take a yellow to match our card, right? And we're just going to fill in the whole entire thing, get rid of the white. And the same with the hats. I'm going to put a little yellow puff on his hats. That's going to be yellow. Okay? And I'm going to take a brown. I'm going to take my E33. And I'm just going to make this a little leather pouch. That's all there is to that. Now for Tucker, we are going to color him with an E33 as well. And to do that, we're just going to go around his little eyes. And I realized that it's Valentine's Day. Oh, yeah, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. But Valentine's Day also means that St. Patrick's Day is the next holiday, right? Woo! Love St. Patrick's Day. It's the only day that you can run around. I'm shading just a little bit. You can run around, dressed in green, drink a lot of beer, act like a fool, and it's almost expected. Almost. All right, so I'm just doing a little shading with the same color. Okay, now if you want to take the shading to a next level, you can grab an E35. Okay, and just add a little bit more around the edges. And under his ears, maybe under his chin. Definitely back in there. Okay, and I'm going to come back with my original E33 and just blend this in a little bit. Maybe add a little bit more color to his ear there. Okay. And there we have it. Oh, I'm sorry, we needed a black as well for his little nose. A piece of marker on there. Oh, no. Ah, got it. Okay. And I'm going to finally add, you know that when I do these, I love to use B00 on the eyes, just on one side, just to make them look a little brighter and happier. So now the only thing that we've got left to do, folks, is to glue his hat on. So I'm going to put a little bit on the bottom. Okay, now you're going to notice that this is going to be way too big. Looks kind of silly, huh? If you watch the make and take from the last time, you know exactly what we're going to do, right? So we are going to just glue this down. We might take a little off the bottom. We're just going to hem it up with scissors. And all I do is just cut a little trim just like that. Just trims it up. I'm going to put it on him just like this. Okay. Oops, I pulled his hat off. All right, now let's see. We want his tail sticking out the back. So we're going to start at this line right here. And we are just going to cut it off. Make sure you don't cut off his tail. Okay. And we're going to start right here with this line. Work your way down. And now you have a kilt that fits a dog. And that's how these dress-up sets can fit the other animals that Riley has in his line as his little buddies. So we're going to take some more foam tape. I'm going to pop him up real quick. Do a little on his body. Okay. And I'm just going to set him right there. Now, is that an adorable card or what? So cute. How many of you guys have friends that would love to get a little card like this? All right, if you want, you can take some little green enamel dots. I do every once in a while. And I just throw them on. Just for effects. Just gives it a little bit of decoration. If you do some on the top, just come down and throw a couple more just down on the bottom to kind of even it out. And there you have it. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, 20% off all Dress Up Riley on our website now for a week. Have a great day.
welcome back, everybody. And I told you that we were going to see some great things done with Slimline cards today.
Cute, right?
And new ideas, and how adorable, cute. I mean, I love this, you know, the way that she did the card. You know, it was very simple. And you know what I love about Tanya, and she has done this on a couple other projects. You know, the little things that make things pop up or hold up. Right. She shows how, you know, she shows such a great, simple way to get those different elements in here. And this is, you know, doing this Slimline card, you know, with, you know, like when you made the little stand up here. And, you know, how nice is that, you know, if you wanted to make a card like that, so and have that on the kitchen counter.
Yeah, it's like a big, you know, like a work of art. It's such a big canvas.
Exactly. You know, you got this, and you could put, you know, a little note here, but you know, and of course with Riley and Company, they have these adorable characters, you know, and the funny bones,
they
of course.
Make you happy.
Yes, and look how cute. And her coloring, you know, is phenomenal as well. And, you know, using the glossy accents just bring out different parts, you know, of this card. But I just love the idea of being able to do that with Slimline.
Yes, so. I agree fully. I love, you know, my husband is Irish.
Yes.
Major Irish. And this card I'm going to give to him. I'm going to give him this card because this is definitely him in every way.
There you go.
Especially the beer. So that, I love that card. And oh my goodness, like you were talking about, Riley and Company has so many fun, snarky, amazing stamps.
I know, something
but then also
for everybody.
Nice stamps too. So there's not just that. Let's see. I love, they do have so many different St. Patrick's Day stamps that, you know, we have a month to create for that. So that's a lot of fun. And the dress up, Riley, you already have that stamp with you if you've had this mega. So that's really nice. So you're just going to want to get, of course, Riley, but then now there are 2 cows. There's 2 foxes that you could add to that. Yep. There's
and the fox you can turn into the raccoon, which is awesome. I love that.
Yes, so cute. So, you know, there's dress up for all kinds of seasons, events, so many things. I think that is so cute.
And all the dress ups interact, you know, they're made so they fit all the different characters. So, you know, there's a product that, you know, you're not just buying for, you know, oh, you know, I have to buy this set of stamps for Riley because it only fits Riley. It fits all the great characters for sure.
So if you're an animal lover, of course you're going to need all of these dress ups and all these different, and especially right now we have so many friends. Like my friends are obsessed with pets and animals. So cute. So there is a cow, there's fox, Riley the moose, and then there's one more. I can't.
The raccoon?
The raccoon, but isn't there one more?
The cow. There's 2 cows.
Cows, yes. Okay. So those are so cute. And I love, of course, I had to write down about the snarky beer stamps because those are funny and they remind me of my husband. So that's perfect. Yes. There's just, if you go on the website, there are so many different options for all the holidays. But I really loved, there's a Riley as a Bernie stamp, you know, with the mittens.
Oh my gosh, yes.
So that's like so
there you go.
The Bernie Sanders with the mittens. I mean,
he's going to be on everybody's cards and scrapbook pages.
Yeah, for reals. Because, you know, and I thought, oh my gosh, that is a must-have, especially for 2021. Like,
that is so much fun.
You know, to give that, everybody will understand that it's a must-have. But there's so many different, they have the Funny Bones line, they have the Mushroom Lane, which is so cute. They added, I believe, a library. So, oh my goodness, that's so cute. You can make a little village of all your little stamps. There's, of course, the Riley, the dress up. There's all kinds of different dyes for all of the stamps. There's even card kits. Sometimes I like having kits already that are made that I can like watch my shows and still craft.
Still make a card.
Yes,
yeah, for sure.
And then also what I thought was really nice is that there are different stamps that are retiring, so you're going to want to get your hands on before they
check that out.
Yeah, before they go away. So pretty much Riley and Company has amazing things on their website. So the Coupon code is All Dress Up Riley is 20% off. So how cute, right? You want to expand your Riley Dress Up collection, and right now they're offering 20% off. So that is fabulous. No coupon code needed, but the offer will expire on February 21st. So you have a few days.
Yeah, so get that. So thank you once again, Tanya, for another great project and great techniques to
so much fun.
To have to do some different swing on Slimline. So
yeah, exactly.
Yes. So all right, everybody, you are in for a treat. You are going to learn how to use your Slimline die for so many projects coming up now with Tall Mouse. So we'll be back.
Hello everybody, I'm Kim from Tall Mouse Creative Arts, and today we are going to get skinny with the Mega Make Take and use our Slimline dies to make some projects. Very exciting today. Alright, so today we are going to make 4 projects with our kit, and then we're going to take a look at the kit. We're going to look at all the pieces and supplies that you need to make your projects. We're going to look at some finished projects so you know what our goal is today. And then we're going to stop and flip the table so we can begin our crafting adventure. So Jim's going to bring the camera over right here so we can unload the kit and take a look at what is in your pack. Our pack is the white envelope, so this is what you want to undo. And then you should have downloaded your project sheet. So that didn't come in it, but you're going to download it. So what is inside? You've got your coupon, which is fabulous, and then you've got a dark brown chipboard sheet. You've got a solid white piece of cardstock. You have your sticker, the gumdrop assorted colors strip in there because we're going to do a little bit of embellishing. You do have a printed sheet on cardstock. Now you've got lots of sentiments and 2 bicycles on it. I'm going to point to you guys which ones we are going to use today, because you do have some leftovers, and if you didn't have a chance to cut everything out while I'm talking, you can begin that if you'd like. So I am going to use, or we are going to use the Hello Spring. We're going to use one of the Enjoy the Journey. I'm going to use that particular Happy Birthday. I'm going to use this particular Happy Birthday, and then you'll want to cut out one of the bicycle. All the rest are going to be left for you to use. We are going to fussy cut this guy out, so you can do that, or you can just cut real large if you want, and then you can fussy cut later so you know exactly where it's going to go. That is completely up to you. So one more time, Hello Spring, Enjoy the Journey, this particular Happy Birthday, this particular Happy Birthday, and one of the bikes. And then your die, so you do have to have a die cut machine to do these samples today. Now this is a triple die. It is one of my favorite dies. You get a basic rectangle, which has got a nice stitched edge, and then the inside die is that particular bubble, I call it a bubble lace or eyelet lace, and then you get the inside, which kind of looks like a tray. So these you can use together, but today we do want to dismantle them. So you know, you have to twist and tear apart each one of these particular pieces. Now when you do that, if you have a challenge with that, sometimes they come off clean, sometimes they don't. You do want to take your flush cutters, because they are flush and they can go up right against what you guys are doing and snip. Now sometimes you got to undo them and you have a little spur. You can use that, or sometimes you can use your files. It just depends. It's a judgment call on how big that spur is. But that die is in your kit also, and that is for you to keep creating. So flush cutters are handy if you need them. Okay, so what tools do you need today? Obviously you need a die cut machine. If not, I don't know how you're going to accomplish this, but you do need a die cut machine. You also need some sort of paper trimmer. I just grabbed my basic paper trimmer. You can use bigger scissors, but I have my 𝐒𝐤𝐬𝐭𝐡 fine tip scissors because we're going to be fussy cutting the bicycle out. So a pair of scissors. I'm going to be using a tape runner today, so I showed my tape runner, but sometimes people like liquid glue versus a tape runner. The adhesive is up to you. I will be using the tape runner, so just an FYI on that. And then I'm obviously finishing up my pop squares. So I need some foam squares because the bicycle is going to have a little raise, a little bit of lift to it. So I'm finishing up my sheet. I'm using squares. It's up to you what you would like to use. Something I did forget, if you want a piece of twine or ribbon, because one of the pieces we're going to finish it off with that. I'm using inks, and I use all types of inks. So today I've got 3 different color inks that I'm using, but these need to correspond and connect to whatever paper you guys are going to do. So what paper, this is something you have to provide. So you want 1 or 2 different colors, solid color cardstock, and 1 or 2 different types of prints. So these are just the selection I picked. This is what the samples are going to look like, or what they did look like when you guys looked at the projects, and what we're going to look at in a minute. So these are the color schemes that I'm going to work in. You get to choose whatever you would like, and if you want to ink, it's optional. It's not you don't have to do that inking. That's completely up to you. If you do, just match your paper so they stand out and blend. Okay, so let's take a look at now what projects we are going to complete today. 4 projects. We are going to complete 1 completed folding slimline card. That's going to be layered up. Nice birthday card. We are going to complete 1 title strip, which you can use for a layout, you can use for a card, you can use and swap that out, or you can find another use for it. We're going to make 1 card, and I call it a flat card. There's no fold to it, but it's got a nice stability, stable base on it. And then that's where we're going to use the bike, and then that's going to be a 3D element. So I call that a flat card. We can make it 2 different sizes too, which I'll explain in just a moment. And then we're going to make this little gift enclosure. Now, I haven't tested if I'm sure it's large enough to do a gift certificate or a little gift card in there, but we're going to make this little enclosure. That's where I've got the twine, and then if you notice I have a little tea bag in there or a little piece of chocolate, so it can be a little gift enclosure. So we're going to use all 3 dies today, and we're going to mix and match that. So if you are ready, you guys are going to look at this real quick while we flip our table, and then we get ready for our crafting adventure. Okay, we are back. Our table is flipped and we are ready to get skinny making our slimline cards. Okay, Jim's going to tilt the camera down and we're going to be looking at an area, and my hands are going to be moving so you can take a look at what we're doing. We are going to begin with the happy birthday folded card. We're going to work on this one, so it's an actual folded card, and if you notice, we're going to be using all 3 dies. So I unnested my dies, and I wanted to show you, because we are going to use all 3 of them. This has got just a little tiny spur right there, so I wanted to show my flush cutter getting right up flush against that and clicking that guy off. So that creates no more metal spurs right there. So that's what the flush cutter helps doing. So I'm going to put that aside so you understand what I did. All of my things are going to be pre-cut. I didn't want the machine to be real noisy into the video. So I'm going to give you guys time to be cutting your things, but just understand that I'm not having my die cut machine out here. It's very noisy, so I didn't want to do that. Okay, so for this particular card, let's take a look at that one more time. We are going to use all 3 dies, which are super fun and easy to use. We've got a stitched, the lace, and then the little tray inside. Now I'm going to choose this one and this one as a printed pattern. This is going to be my solid color. If you want to mix it up, that's fine, but I'm explaining to you what the sample is going to be. So the tray is going to be my striped color. The center lacy piece is going to be a solid piece, solid cardstock, and then the stitched outline is going to be a polka dot, which obviously corresponds to everything. The other reason why I chose the middle one to be a solid color is sometimes you can't, if it's a real detailed pattern, you can't always see the detail of the lace, and that is such an intricate die. I actually wanted to see the lace, so that's the reason why I picked that to be a solid color. So you're going to cut out 2 patterns and 1 as a solid color. I'll let you guys do that. I'm going to continue on, and we are going to also take our white cardstock that was in the kit. You're going to measure out at 7.5, and then you're going to score at 3 3/4. We're going to cut right here. This piece you're going to put off to the side. We're going to save it because we're going to use it as a title strip. From here to here, we're going to score, like I said, at 3 3/4 because this is going to be the base to your card. I'm going to ink this, and you're going to use the smaller of the two happy birthdays, and I'm going to ink this as well. I'm not going to ink anything else, but I'm going to cut right now so we can all either cut together, and I think Jim's going to move the camera to watch me cut. This is not noisy, so I don't mind this. And it's portable. Okay, so that's going to be my title strip. I'm going to use that, so I'm going to put that off to the side. I already pre-measured. I'm at 3 3/4, and I'm going to take my Teflon bone folder, and I'm going to just score along here also, and I'm going to take that aside, and then I'm going to, I like to call it a soft fold. I want to make sure it's going to line up really neatly before I give it a solid fold and then turn around and use my bone folder and give it a hard crease. So I score, do a soft fold to make sure it lines up, because I've had many times where it doesn't line up, and that just frustrates me when I've done a hard crease and then I'm a little off right there, and that's just an irritant. So I do a soft fold, then a harder fold, and crease it with the bone folder. So that becomes our horizontal base, is what we're going to be working with. And then after you cut all these out, we're going to be basically layering this up. So it's going to be a thick, sturdy card also. So I'm going to take my darkest ink right now, and sometimes I like to use the ink pad, and sometimes I like to use my finger dauber. This particular card, I'm going to hold the ink pad and I'm going to ink up the edges. The next one, I'll use the finger dauber. And I am going to go all the way around. I'm going to do the whole inking. So I get a nice little base right there. Okay, so that guy is all inked up. And remember, sometimes you can take a piece of paper and go like this and rub all the edges off just to make sure it's completely dry. So that is our base. It's up and folded, right, and ready to go. Now what is next? I'm going to move the dies out of the way so they don't scratch my lovely background paper right here. We are going to layer this onto the card. We're going to layer this on top of that. That is going to be on top of that, which is going to be on top of that, and then happy birthday is going on top of that. I'll ink happy birthday in just a minute. So let's assemble our card. Now, one other reason I wanted to show you, I picked a smaller type of basic print for what I was going on here. If I pick a larger print, which I absolutely love this paper, and it was just stressful to try and pick it out. If I go ahead and layer this, let me turn like this. If I layer, which I love that paper, if I layer that, I barely get to see any of that paper, and we love printed paper for that reason. So you could choose a larger pattern like that and put a smaller piece right there so the background actually shows. But because I'm actually layering this up, I chose to do a pattern that you're still going to see, but I don't feel like I lost the paper because of me hiding it between other layers. So I'm going to take my tape runner. I'm doing little short, sometimes the longer ones I get frustrated with that, so I like little short pieces. And then I'm a big eyeballer. I'm not measuring, and sometimes it comes out crooked, but you know, everything's handmade. Okay, layer 1 is down on top of the card. Now we are going to tape runner number 2. Again, I'm a big eyeballer. And sometimes the dots are really good to line up with. All right, this middle piece I think is really fun, multiple reasons. It's just really pretty and feminine. We all like that. It's got a nice lace look, but the holes are deep enough where you could flow some nice fun ribbon, some twine or anything in that. So if you made this a card that possibly went this way, you could do a couple of pieces right here, tie a bow and let them drip. So just an FYI on that one. All right, so we've got our solid base, we've got our print, we've got our centerpiece, and now I call that the tray. It just looks like a tray. You could turn this over, but the stitching is a right and a, well, I don't want to say right and wrong side, but kind of. So you could flip it over, but it's a lighter stitching, but if you flip it like that, that's what it was designed the way I cut it. So I'm going to keep with the cutting the same side that I actually did, but you could flip your paper over because the pretty flowers would show up nicely too. All right, so I'm going to eyeball this guy and pop that in. So we are layered up right now. And then I need to, I'm gonna bring this back in because my happy birthday, I cut it, but it's a little bit on the wonky side, so it's not really straight. So I need to go back and fix that. And I know I'm on an angle because I messed mine up. Oh, that's worse. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to fix it. So I am going to be happy birthday. I'm going to be a little off on that one, but I am going to ink it anyway. My sample is much more cut evenly and correct, but you know, there's no mistakes in crafting. Only opportunities to embellish, right? Jim's trying not to laugh. Okay, so my sample is showing flat, but I'm actually going to pop this one up. It's up to you. I thought we would use more squares. I like to use some of the foam dots sometimes. So we're going to pop one right here, one in the middle for stability, and then one right there. Move those little trash parts away. Bing. Okay. And then I'm going to, again, eyeball it, even though it's crooked. No judging, remember. All right, so that one is almost done. Now, if you go ahead and get your embellishment piece out, these have a nice gumdrop top. It's assorted colors, so they all have a nice frosty look to them. They are connected by an individual or invisible line right there. So I want 2 individual pieces, so I am trimming in between. You can put more on, but right now I'm only going to put 2. At the end, you guys will have a couple extras left. So I'm going to put 2, one there and one there, just to give a little embellishment woohoo on this. A very simple card with very little embellishment for a minimalist look. So, okay, your happy birthday horizontal card opening. Whoop! Sticky just fell off. That wasn't good. Well, that one's not going to stick on me. That one is all complete. All right, we're going to flip our supplies and get ready to make the chipboard Enjoy the Journey card. So get ready. All right, we are going to get ready to make the Enjoy the Journey flat card. This one's not folded, so I also forgot to tell you to cut out one of the springs. I was being a little forgetful there. Okay, so we're going to get ready to use this card. So you want to get your chipboard out. You want to get your cuts that you did. We're also going to use the larger die and the tray die. So we're going to use both of these guys. This is going to be a print. This is going to be a solid. That's how I'm going to lay it out, and I'm going to explain to you why. So those are the 2 colors I'm going to use. Now, I'll explain to you what size we're going to cut this at the moment because you got 2 options. But I'm using a print on purpose and a solid color on purpose. I want the print to bring some color and some life because that's also going to pop off of it because we're going to make it a 3D element. But the solid color, in a way, you don't see it. You kind of see it, but you don't see it because it helps bring and highlight. It helps bring your eye to the other things as well as solidifies what is popping off of it, so it makes that bounce off of it, so kind of pop off of it. So it's kind of weird that you see it, but you're not focused on this. I feel like you look at the print and you look at this guy, which that was very intentional. You can switch it if you want. You can play with how you guys want to do it, but this is what I'm going to do in the sample. So I'm going to put this guy off to the side. Go ahead and run your print through the large die and a solid color through the middle tray die, and I'm going to put those dies aside right now so you guys can work on that. And I'm going to put this to the side as well. And then your chipboard, this is going to be the base of your card. So I already pre-cut mine. You get, it's 8.5 by 11. You want to turn it on its side and you want to measure 4 inches out. Now you can measure 4 inches out if you want it as a larger card. I'm doing that on purpose because I like this chipboard. I want that to be seen because it's a nice stable base. It's also going to fit in an envelope. There's two different templates we'll talk about at the end. If you want it just a little bit closer, that's completely up to you. You want to maybe do 3 3/4. If you do 3 1/2, it's going to get really tight with everything, but that is again up to you. The sample is done at 4 inches, so that one's already cut. So I just wanted to explain why I'm using a little bit larger, as well as you can choose 2 different sizes. So I'm going to turn that off to the side right now. And then the other thing we're going to do is cut out one of the bicycles. So in just a moment, I'm going to fussy cut this guy out. And yes, I'm going to do it while you guys watch. And then I've got, well, that's backwards. Enjoy the Journey, and then a spring. It's up to you which one you want to do. And now you can cut Enjoy the, and you can leave it as one piece. When I lay out my cards, I like a lot of staggering because this is leaning off of the print and coming off right here. It's on an angle. This is straight up and it's Pop 3D. This is going to be flat. I'm going to repeat this, but you could pop these guys up with foam dots. This is going to be, you could pop that up. You could turn that on an angle. You could take Enjoy the and cut that if you want, but the little swing from the H is connecting, so I'm going to choose to leave it as one piece, but you can certainly cut around that to give it a little bit more eye movement. But I put things at an angle on purpose to make your eye travel throughout the card. So just giving you a little bit of aesthetics as to why that's how I lay out my cards. So, okay, I'm going to put that guy off to the side. Enjoy the Journey and Spring. I'm going to all ink right now because it's going to be the only thing that I ink. And I'm going to do the dauber next time because I forgot to go get one out. So I'm going to have to put things on a pause. So I'm going to ink Spring, and I cut these out a little bit better this time. I'm going to ink Journey, and then I'm going to ink Enjoy the. Kind of did that backwards now, did I? I like inking sometimes because it gives like lots of dimension, and then sometimes I don't like to ink. So it's really kind of a mood thing, wouldn't you say? All right, Enjoy the Journey and Spring are all inked right now, and they're pretty well dry. So while you guys are cutting, I'm going to cut also, and we're going to fussy cut this guy out. Now, my sample, I did really, really close. I took a lot of time to do that. So I'm going to do it in a little bit larger cuts this time. And then I didn't explain to you guys, but I'm going to go over here because I like to, my neighbors are, sorry if that's a distractor, but my neighbors are doing their yard right now and it's a little noisy outside, so I might have to talk a little bit louder. So later on, I'm going to take clear Winkostella and give a little bit of life, glittery life to those butterflies and flowers that are coming out of that basket because, well, actually they're all flowers. So I'm going to take this and continue fussy cutting and get that guy all cut out so we get some fun 3D cut. And then you guys have an extra bicycle that you can do whatever you'd like with. If you want to make another card, you can certainly put this in your layouts also if you like, but it's always fun to be mailing cards out given we are working on card making today. Alright, so now I'm going to come back in and do a little trimming. I like to cut the bigger pieces out first and then go back in and do the little because I feel like you can hold it a little bit easier. And then let's get in there. Now, if I wasn't filming this, I would take just a tad bit more time, but I don't know that you guys really want to see me cut every little corner, but I'm giving you guys time to do some fussy cutting in case you did not prepare a couple of days before that. So in my sample, I have that guy cut out too, so let's kind of clean that up a little bit because that could be a little bit better. And then if you really want to get daring, you could cut in between there, but I'm not going to be that daring. So, okay, let's move our little samples aside, and I'm going to put that guy right there. Now that we've, oh boy, this is going to bug me. Jim is laughing because while I might eyeball stuff, there's certain things I'm very particular on, and that's, I guess, the type A personality I have, but that little thing just bugged me. In fact, that's still going to bug me, but you know what? I can relax and let it go. That's what 2021 is all about, right? Letting it go and doing new projects. Oh, that's still going to bug me. Okay, so we've got our base, whichever size that you chose, and then again, we are going to be doing a simple layering up. So we are going to start with the polka dot piece. Again, I could do that one, but I'm not going to right now, but I'm gonna have to find something else to work on that one for. So I'm going to just put a couple of lines down, and yes, I'm gonna eyeball it one more time and do that, and I'm doing it upside down too, so that takes a little bit of talent. Okay, and then that guy's going to go in the middle because it's gonna center my eyeballs for when we go and layer up everything else. So we're going to put some of that guy down. That one's going to be layered up. Now you can certainly put foam underneath this one if you feel like you want it raised. I'm only, for the sample, I'm going to do, for what we're doing, I'm going to foam up and layer up the bicycle. So that is going to be what I'm going to do. Now, the other thing is I'm going to lay this out right here on exactly what type of angle I want. I do want a little bit of the bicycle rim to go over the printed and onto this. It's a little catty corner, but I want that look because I want multiple dimensions on that. And then I'm going to take a look at this and see where I want that. See, I could actually even tuck that in right there where the sample I did not, because I just thought about that right now. But I'm trying to keep within the frame so I can still mail it and nothing is sticking outside of the frame. So this is acting as my base. So you could put it over that, or you could certainly pull that back in there. Journey could be a little bit more here so it connects, so you get to see the little corners on that. And then I'm choosing spring to be straight ahead because I want it to be a little bit like that, kind of like you're driving it into the parking lot, your bicycle. So that is how I'm going to lay that out. So I'm going to take Enjoy the Journey right now. And I like to lay it out so I know what my spacing is also. I'm going to shift that, see? If I sometimes get going and just start gluing, then it's like, well, shoot, now my bike is too far over. So this guy, I'm going to just tuck right in here. I'm going to make sure it fits so it doesn't completely come over. So that guy's going. Now with this, you could also, I do that. You could also come over just a little bit more, but then you'd have to space that out. So that's why I chose to layer it out, because it looks like there's 1, 2, 3. You actually see all 4 layers right there. Yes, sometimes I am that picky. And then Enjoy the Journey. Maybe that guy is going to be a little bit closer right there so I could see the edge of it. And then I'm going to do Spring. I'm going to do Spring right there. Okay, now I know exactly where my placement is for that guy. So I'm going to turn that over. We're going to go back to the foam pieces, whatever foam dots, rolls. If you don't want to foam it up, that's perfectly acceptable also. You get to do your bicycle however you'd like to do that. So let's put those pieces off to the side so they don't do that. So we want this to stick. Okay, so that guy, now again, I'm just double checking before I put it down to make sure the visual space is all okay. So now that guy is leaning a little bit over the printed onto here. That one's got a nice space. There's a nice plenty of space right here, so you get to see all of the colors. And then you get to take your little gumdrops, and we're going to do 3 different spots. I'm going to put mine right here, and right here, because I just want a teeny tiny twinkle on here. And again, you got to cut those because of the invisible line. And last one, mine didn't stick, so Just be careful how you peel them off, because I think I undid the glue on one of them. But again, you have a handful of extras left. So, and then you can mix up your colors. I just picked them in let's put that guy right there. I picked them in the row that they came, but you guys can pick which colors you want where. Because normally I would not put 2 yellows on here because I wouldn't want that same thing going on. But okay, your flat Enjoy the Journey card, that would be the sample. That's the one that we just made. And then we are going to get ready to make our title strip next. Okay, we're going to move on to our title strip piece. So Jim's going to tilt the camera so you guys can see what we're going to do. And come on over. We are going to only use 1 die on this one. This is going to be the center and it's going to be the tray, as you can see. Now, if you want to do it 2 printed or a different color, that's completely up to you. You are going to use the leftover piece from your base. So that's what I started with. It's up to you if you'd like to do that, but that's what I did. So that becomes going through the die cut machine and I call it the tray. So your tray base. So go ahead and cut out whatever you'd like with that. The white one is what I did. Now your inside piece, that is the printed color that I did right there. This is not going to go through a die cut machine. You're going to cut out a 1 5/16 by 5 3/16. It's in your project sheets too, so you, if you're a little funny about that. That happens to fit exactly inside of the tray right there, and it kind of meets up with the corner right there, so it creates a line right there and right there, so it creates a line as well. So again, that is 1 5/16 by 5 3/16. You're going to run either a printed or a different color paper than the white that's provided. We're going to work off the white, so we ran that through the machine. I already pre-cut this guy out. So you're going to use your other happy birthday, and then I'm going to ink that while you guys are cutting it out, and then it's got ink on me. So I'm going to ink that again in a different color, but a different color blue-ish, turquoise-ish, that kind of matches my polka dots. So I'm going to go ahead and ink a happy birthday. So that guy's all inked up, and then I'm going to put some adhesive on the back of my polka dot, and then yes, I'm going to eyeball it, but I'm going to be very careful because I do want it to line up. This one I'm being a little bit more particular on, but I'm still eyeballing it. Alright, so that guy is going to go just a little bit more in, and there you go. Alright, so you could ink that guy as a darker color if you'd like, and I think it's a little off. Well, guess what? That's just the way it's going to have to be. And then I'm going to go ahead and put my tape runner on that guy, and I'm going to center it the best I can right there. And then you could also pop that on pop dots if you want. You can use this for another card. You can go ahead and use it as part of a title strip somewhere if you'd like on your layout pages or any sort of embellishments. Now I'm going to put a rhinestone right there and a rhinestone right there. And then I picked 2 of the different colors because I actually want 2 colors, not just the clear on the particular strip. So I'm glad those were the ends. So I'm going to put a blue. I'm going to put the blue down here. And then, these little guys are a little bit of a challenge. And I'm going to put the purple up there. Okay, so there's your title strip. There is our sample, and then there's the one we just made. And all I did differently, well, aside from a little bit of uneven cutting, is swap our color. So our blue rhinestone's down there, and our purple rhinestone is right there. All right, we are going to flip our table real quick and get ready for the last little gift enclosure piece. Okay, we are ready to work on our gift enclosure piece, and it will hold a gift card too if you would like to do that. But this is the piece that we're going to do right now. I just have a little simple tea bag in there, but think about a little chocolate candy or a gift card or something you can do little with that. All right, so we are going to use the middle lacy die. That's the die we're going to use. I just chose a solid color because, again, I want to see the lace, and then I chose a printed piece. So you're going to, if you want to do a reverse, that's completely up to you, or you want to do 2 prints, that's completely up to you as well. So go ahead and run a piece through the machine so you get a piece to be working with. And then that's the piece we are going to work with. And then you're going to want to cut out a 1 1/4 by 8 1/2 sheet strip, because we are going to glue this down and connect the piece together. And then I'm not going to ink this guy or this guy, but you should have your Hello Spring cut out. I am going to ink that guy, and then that's the only thing we're going to ink. So my sample also shows, I'm going to talk for a few minutes while you guys want to cut. So my sample also shows where I hole punched right here and then did some twine. So I have some twine. That's showing it to you, but I'm actually on the sample, I'm just going to glue that together, because you could put a nice fun sticker over it. You could just glue it so it doesn't have a finished piece like that. My sample shows it, but the one we're going to do, I'm just going to glue the top. Now, while I'm talking and while you're cutting, you could always cut out the middle tray section also, and then cut a piece out and fold that as part of another layer of decor, as well as a strip. So the strip would go elongated, so you get 2 layers. We're just going to do the 2 right now. You could also do this piece on top of this, or this piece on top of this piece on top of the tray, as well as a strip, and fold the whole thing in half. So again, layering is really fun. Again, this die, I just love it because of the layering, and each piece is so different, but they work nicely together. So while you are continuing to cut and possibly ink, I'm going to ink up the Hello Spring. I'm doing it a little bit darker because I do want it to bounce and really pop off of what I'm going to do right there. So Hello Spring is all inked up, and then running that particular piece through the machine. So I'm going to fold this. I'm not going to do a scoring, but I'm going to line up the lace, and then I'm going to drag my finger down here, and I kept my finger right there. So I'm going to grab my bone folder again one more time and just do a hard seal on that one, or a hard crease. So that guy's ready to go. Now, like I said earlier, let me turn that around your way. You could be weaving a little bit of thread in there, some of the thinner twine, some ribbon, some nice flowy ribbon in there, and finish that piece off. You could do a little bit through there. The holes are pretty sturdy in order to do that. All right, so then my next, what I'm going to do is basically fold this guy in half, do the same thing, crease it, and then do a harder crease so it's solid right there. So folding this exactly in half, that exactly in half, and then I just want to line that up before I hit the glue runner. I was going to say glue gun, but we're not glue gunning. We're doing the glue runner. So this guy lines up exactly how I would like it to. So the way I'm going to do that is open that guy up, and I'm going to do a line right here so that becomes solid, and then I'm going to flip that guy over and do the same thing right there, so I don't take it off and mess it up, because I know somehow in the folding process I would probably not get that right. So I'm not going to punch my hole right, oh dear, but there you go, see what I just did? Okay, so that guy is all on one piece right now, and it's in folded mode. So I'm not going to punch the hole like I said, but let's go ahead and adhere the spring. And then if you notice, yes, I did put it on an angle. You could go straight if you want, but I like to do things on a little bit as an angle, so I'm going to do that. And I'm just matching up my corners just a little bit. You could do more of an angle if you want. And then I'm going to take my little embellishment. Now you do have a couple of pieces left, So I didn't want the clear, I actually wanted a color. So I'm digging through the middle of my strip, and then I'm going to get that clear color. And right now I'm just going to put it as the eye, so the spring is dotted with that guy. Now you can go ahead and certainly put something in there and then seal it right here, which I'm going to do, and put a little bit. You can do that, or you can choose to put something else like a little sticker or another type of embellishment right there. You can certainly cut a hole in there also and string your twine or some sort of ribbon in there. But you just made a quick little gift enclosure, gift card enclosure, or you know, like the tea bag or whatnot. So I'm going to have Jim pull back just a little bit. So I'm going to show you, that was our sample. That's the one we just made. This was our sample, and that's the one that we just made together. And then this was the sample, and this was the one we just made together. This was our sample. This was the one we just made together. Now, how would you mail these? So I wanted to just take a moment to explain to you guys the envelope templates. We sell these online. Some of you guys might have them. But I'm going to start with the traditional envelope template that is a Slimline. So it is a 4x8 size. So I cut that guy out. So you just have to do your tape runner. I chose solid paper right now because I wanted to actually do a washi tape on that one. But let me, I'm going to tape runner these. Oh shoot. I'm getting myself all out of order. I'm going to tape runner these up real quick because I wanted to show you. Just keep the camera right there. So that guy fits perfectly. That one's ready to mail. Now, remember when I explained I made this one just a little bit thicker? I did it on purpose because the diagalope will take a larger size, as well as if you've got some sort of puff 3D element, think about flowers or something larger that you need just a little bit of wiggle room, or larger shaker cards. So again, I cut this guy out. So I'm going to run my tape runner. Wow, that was a way overshot. And then I did cardstock because I wanted it to, a really thick cardstock because I wanted it to match there. But I wanted to show you that the larger card can fit into the diagalope, and then you got a little bit of puff room right there, and then that is ready to go on its way. So okay, you guys, I hope you had a great day learning all types of projects, and I just wanted to say, what else can you do? This die is one of my favorites because you got 3 distinct pieces you can use. They work all well together. So what is your challenge on how many things you guys can make with that? So I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy your projects, and go make more. See you next time. Hi, I'm Kim from 𝐒𝐿𝐿 Creative Arts, and welcome back. Thank you for participating and watching the Mega Make and Take. I hope you really enjoyed all of your projects, and I hope you enjoy the die, because that, again, is one of my fun ones that I just absolutely love. And speaking of dies, okay, we got more 𝐒𝐒𝐁𝐄 Slimline dies. That's all I'm going to show you. You guys get first dibs off that, so I'm super excited. Some I have samples, some I just have the cutout so you guys can see it, but again, you guys get first dibs on it. So let's get to the good stuff. Okay, Jim's gonna come on down and take a look, and we will start with the railroads. These are just super cute and super fun. So it is a pack of 3. You get a straight line, you get a railroad, and then you get a curvy line also. That's what that guy's going to look like. And then remember, you can always use just half of the die. This particular one, I just cut out half of it. So you could do that half on one side, that half on the other, and use that strip as part of the card and make it look like a larger railroad. So this has got lots of versatility to it, lots of fun as well. This one, I don't know what, I just about came unglued with it. I just love it. I love all these little squiggly lines. Take a look at this particular die in particular. Look at that fun squiggle. Yes, it's a stitched. So I did all these little cutouts. I cut out every single piece that this die comes with. Get your large piece. You can layer that up as many times as you want. Oh, bad side I just did on that. Look how fun that is. You got another piece, you got this particular layer, little banner, and then this banner. So this one is super fun, and you get a lot of nested pieces in there. So I want to show you the samples that I did. Let's show you the one with less layers. So this one, I took just this particular die and did that right there. A pattern, and then a little piece and a little accent right there. Oh, and then I cut out another little piece, not with the die cut, but, and then this one I took more time and really layered that up. So I used the outside piece, definitely used that piece. I used the inside piece, squiggly line. I'm going to call that the squiggly line. I used the smaller squiggly line, and then I used the teeny tiny banner. So I just noticed I did not glue the ends of it, but it happened to pop up like that. Well, I did glue it. It didn't stick. But you know what? Never mind. I did that on purpose. See how it's popping up? just teasing, guys. I really meant to glue that down, but it popped up and looked nice. So that's what it looks like, all layered up. I just think this die, oh, I think it's going to be one of my new favorites. I don't know, something about the squiggle lines look like a lot of fun. And then if you come down to this guy, this is a set of waves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 6 set of nested waves. You get nice, large breaking shore waves. You get squiggly lines, some softer waves. So each one of these are cut out. But then I took this particular die and just cut out the edge so I could have that entire piece, 𝐒𝐒𝐁𝐄 Slimline card, be just a nice soft edge on it. So that is the waves. Lots of fun with this one. And then, oh my gosh, take a look at this guy. This one is 2 tags. So it's 2 distinct tags, and then you get a little set of flowers in there because who doesn't love flowers? So that's what those guys look like. And then I cut out a bunch of different colorful flowers, and then I turned one into a sample where I doubled up on the flowers and put a nice large rhinestone right there and then tied it off with some twine. So, oh, I just think this one's going to be a lot of fun. And of course it's got the scalloped edge, which is super cute right there. Nice fun scallops, which, I don't know, it just kind of softens everything. And then, oh, let's come over to here. So this one, I feel like it reminds me of a Nordic sweater. The design on a nice fun sweater. So I cut it out in 2 different colors, the light so you could possibly see all the design that's embossed in there, and then I did do a sample with it and I cut it out twice. This is a charcoal card, a real dark piece of paper, dark charcoal base. I cut it out in a light gray and I cut it out again and pulled it out as a stripe. Basically I just cut it down the middle so I could call out the stripe, and then we've got a new birthday wishes die on it too. I felt like it could be a masculine type of card. So that one's quite fun. That one's called Nordic Sweater. Oh, put that. Jim's telling me to move it so I can see the die. So lots of detail on that particular one. And then coming up here, okay, so this has got another ruffly lace. It's 2 different dies, but if you notice when they cut out, this will be a cut, and then that will be a cut, and then the inside piece, oh, my nails, the inside piece will be a die. So that's actually going to cut out 3 different pieces, which it's easier to see on dark paper. So that is the outside, that would be the inside piece. You want to take a look at that guy right there, and then that is the inside piece. So you could move that guy and do that and make it look like a border. You could skip that guy altogether, skip that guy and use that one. So you're getting several cuts on that. And then I did this as a sample right here. So it's a little bit 1 color, 2 color, 3 colors. I used the smaller die right there, cut this out, and then this and that are the same piece. That one I just turned upside down, so it's all coordinating, but it kind of makes your eye go, whoa, what just happened? So that's just one of the dies that I used. So this is a new die, and then, okay, take a look over here. We got a couple more dies. Oh, it's like Christmas in February. I love it. Okay, so these are interesting on their own because they are they're strips that cut out as units. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got a pack of 6. So when this one cuts out, you're going to get a complete edge on that. So you could layer that up. You could go ahead and add that multiple layers back and forth. Think about that one going, you know, back and forth like that. So these cut out as an individual piece, which is kind of cool. And then I layered them all up and cut them out as just a group to see. But those are very interesting on their own. And then you can chop them off at any size, so you could turn those into an A2 card edge also. Okay, another die, and this is a nested set as well, looks like that. And again, this is going to cut out in 2 different pieces. So I'm going to pull out just the very edge of that. I did not do a sample yet on this one. Everything's on the website too, but that's going to be the very edge. So while you're getting a couple of pieces, 3 large ones, each one cuts out twice. So 2, 4, 6, it's like having 6 dies within one, and then you've got some other little edges right there. Totally fun. And then remember your inner space too, because that can cut out, and you can certainly use that and go ahead and layer up. Oh, here's that. Here's the piece I wanted to show you too. That would be the inside of that. You'll get 1, 2, 3 cuts off of that. Totally cute. And again, ruffles and laces. And then we've got one that I believe it's 11 or 13. I can't really remember. This one, you get all those pieces. Now, I left it nested and I cut the whole unit out, but definitely you can separate these all out so you get multiple sizes of rectangles. Just a plain, no stitching on that one. And then we've got a new set of tags. It's a triple piece, but every piece can cut out the individual piece as well as the rim around it. So that will cut out the trim, and this will cut out the inside piece. So you're getting basically 6 pieces off of those dies. And then our last one we have, I feel like it looks like a plaid. I don't really know what to do with that one yet, but I just had to have that too. So that's what that guy looks like. No sample yet, but I kind of feel like it's got a masculine fun look or a gingham look to it. So maybe an Easter basket. Okay guys, you guys get first dibs like I said. We still have our bundle deal. 4 for $58, and they ship for free, and then these can be included on that. But anything else that's on the website, you guys are going to get 25% off. Regularly priced products. Use code HELLO25, all caps, and run it together. Our website, free shipping over $59. The sale is valid until February 19th. Like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and then you guys enjoy the rest of your day and happy crafting.
Welcome back, everybody. And Vickyville, didn't I tell them that you were going to be blown away with all the different options to use with a slimline die? I mean, you're talking, so, you know, everybody, if you did order the box and you got in your kit, this is a die set, has 3 different dies in it. But as you saw, you know, Kim made, she made this happy birthday card using all 3 of the dies. And then the bicycle, which I love the bicycle on there. So, you know, she used one of the dies for that, and it's stitching. And that stitching just adds a little bit to it. And just put sentiments on there. I mean, and then she used she used the 2 dies, the larger and then the center die. I always call it like a banner, the banner tag. Exactly. And then, you know, just using the banner tag just to make, this would be a great page topper for, you could use that in a mini album or an 8x8 or a 12x12 on there. And then this adorable little thing. I mean, how cute is this? And all you have to do is cut this out. it's another little, everybody has a strip of paper.
Yeah.
Everybody has some kind of
great idea.
strip and ribbon. And you put a little goodie in here. Like she had a tea bag or a gift card. But I also liked, with these dies, it is where if you wanted to weave, some lace, or if you knew somebody's favorite color that they had on there. But just great ideas. And then the way that she used the dies to make the background on the 12 by 12 layout. And then using, another, they have those skinny gem dies, which are phenomenal. And, using those, the ones that have like the squares cut out to where you could put an embellishment, a picture, and some journaling in there. I love that idea. And watching it, I'm like, I never even thought about that. But it's one of those things that's right in front of you, but you have to open up a little bit to see. So
I totally agree.
So just great projects, and they have all the basics too, as you know, that you need. So
for sure,
you'll want to check out. I mean, this will be a have-to set. For everybody. And so thank you, Kim. And Jim, you did a great job with the camera again this week.
Yes. I love how Kim always shows so many different techniques with the same thing. Like, you don't need all these fancy different, you just need the die and, paper and a trimmer or whatever.
Exactly.
And you can make so many different things. Like, how cute would that be for a bookmark? For bookworms like me, that'd be so cute to make a bookmark and have that. Really, I love all that Kim does. So, like you were saying, this is kind of your one-stop shop for everything on their website.
Yes.
But what is really amazing are all of the skinny gem dies. Oh my goodness.
And the minis too.
And there's minis too. So, the standard Slimline is this size, but now there's like mini ones. You got a few of those, I think.
Yes.
So I think that's so cute. And so right now, there's a bundle deal of 4. You pick 4, and there's like a long list of different options, which is so cool. And they're on sale for $58, which is really a great deal.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, because I think it would come out to like 80 something.
Think how many projects you get out of 4 different sets of die. I mean, this die, and this is just the start of the projects you can make with one set. I mean, like I said, open up and, boy.
For sure, I know. It's just, I love it. Oh my goodness. And, oh my gosh, they have now a set of nested waves. They come in a set of 6. And I like how Kim, like we were talking about, she used it for the wave, but also as a border for a card. Like you could cut out the wave,
on the side here.
And it would be like a wave. It's just so awesome. That is a total must-have. There's 2 tags with flowers also, so you can make those tags, which are so cute. Like even on a scrapbook page, on a gift, on so many things. There's I love the embossed die. It was called Nordic Sweater, I believe. So cute. So on the website, you could find adhesives, dyes, embellishments, papers, pens, paints, inks, stamps, tools.
Everything.
So let me go ahead and tell you.
One-stop shopping.
Exactly. So your Tall Mouse is offering 25% off the website using code HELLO25. There's free shipping on orders over $59, and the sale is valid until February 19th. And so that is awesome.
Very good. So all they need to do is order one of those 4 bundles for $58 and order, some adhesive or a tool. And there you go. Free shipping and a great deal. So.
Exactly. And they also have a Facebook and Instagram, which is Tall Mouse Creative Arts. So follow them, give them some love, let them know how much we love their projects.
Yes. So thank you, Kim, once again. Just great projects, out of the die. It's just great.
Yes.
And Jimmy did a great job. So
thank you, Jim. We love you too.
All right, everybody. So thank you so much. And now we are going to get more creative with Miss Karen from Be Creative. And we'll be back.
Hello there, it's Karen from Be Creative, back with another fun make and take project. This time we're going to be working with a stamp and die set. That die is going to do an intricate, unique edge. We're going to turn it into a slimline card, and I can't wait to craft with you, so let's just get started.
Let's start by previewing some of the items that weren't in your kit that I'm working with today, just in case you need to grab them out of your workspace. So I am going to use a paper trimmer. I am going to use my favorite scissors, the Tim Holtz Tonic scissors. They come in 3 sizes. I like them because they don't stick to adhesive. They've got that Teflon coating, and they have a serrated edge so they can go through grosgrain ribbon like butter, but then they can still do paper every time and detail work. So I'm going to use that. I'm also going to use, I've got Stickle Glitter Glue to accent. I am using that. I have chosen to color this project with alcohol markers, and I'm using the Tri-Blends markers in Alpine Green and the bright pink. I've got the bullet nib and the brush nib. I'll talk about that a little later. I'm stamping with the Memento ink. I'm going to be using glue dots, the glue lines, on my ribbon because I find it works really well on ribbon. I'll talk about that a little bit too. I am using the Crafter's Companion low tack tape. Any stencil tape will do, or a washi tape. Anything like that, I'm using that. What else? Is that everything? I think that's everything. Oh, and of course my Gemini machine, which we'll talk about. And these are my well-loved plates. So those are all the goodies. Oh, and one more thing. Yes, I am using my favorite white pen, the Uniball Signo, to do the centers of my flowers. And I think that pretty much handles all the items we're working with. Let's start by talking about how we know how big our slimline card is going to be. Because I don't buy card bases, I tend to just use plain old white cardstock to do all my cards because it's way less expensive, it's easy, I can always use the excess to do other things. So starting with the business size number 10 envelope, that's the size of your slimline card. So this is going to measure about 9.5 by 4 1/4, I believe. Let's double check me, make sure I'm telling you the right thing here. So let's look. Yep, 9.5 by 4 1/4. So with that logic, if this is 4 1/4, that's about 8.5 when it's open, when my card is open. And that just happens to be the length of my regular size 8.5 by 11 cardstock. So this is going to be my folded down slimline. So I'm just going to go like this, and I know it's going to be the right size for my number 10 envelope. Let's double check me and see. It's just going to be a hair too big, so I'm going to trim off this edge, but it's just about there. And then I'm not wasting any either. So I'm going to put this on and maybe just take a sliver off like that. There we go. As far as length of that, as I said, about 9.5. So I need to make it a little bit shorter than that. Let's take it down to about 9. Oh, I don't know, 9 1/4 sounds about right. A little bit more. And we'll trim that down. And now we have our slimline that fits our envelope. So here's our project today, a slimline card. We're using that lovely peony stamp and die you got in your kit, along with some ribbon, cardstock. I did do a little embellishing with stickles. So we're going to talk about how to do this really intricate edge, and we're going to take you through this project. Okay, so I've got my stamp and die here in my not so easy to open package that I have destroyed trying to get into it. So hopefully you have better luck than I did. And look at this, I can't even get it out, my goodness. All right, I've got everything out. I've got the stamp, I've got the dies. I do want you to keep this little cover piece that is the design of the stamp that comes in there. Keep it. We're gonna use it like as kind of a stencil. It's gonna help us out later on. So set that aside, don't lose it. So what are we going to do first? We need to trim up the edge of our card. Let me get my sample back out here, because what I'm doing is I'm going to take my slimline card and I need to trim it down to have this intricate, unusual edge. And I'm going to do the die cutting first, and then I'm going to do the stamping. So my card's going to be a cutaway. Let's get that sample back so you can see it. It's going to have a cutaway. So I need to cut that part away using my die. That's the first step. So I'm going to set that right here so you can see. I have this little template thing that was the little cover to the stamp that I told you not to throw away. So that's going to help me figure out kind of where I want it. Like, do I want it upside down, right side up? There's really no right way. So it's kind of up to you how you want this to be. I think looking at it, and if I want to match my sample, I'm probably going to do it like this. The real fluffy one's going to be aimed up, and the rounder one that's more straight on, I'm going to have below like this. So the very edge of the leaf is going to be up to the edge. What I have is my die. I use some Crafter's Companion low-tack tape. We have this on our website. We also have Scotch brand low-tack tape for stenciling, and we have the iCraft purple tape for stencils. Any of those, or if you have something you like to use, washi tape, something like that, you can use whatever you'd like to help anchor the die in place, because I find that that's really important. So first you've got to figure out which die is for which edge. So I've got two dies here. I'm pretty sure that this is that edge, this is this edge. So I've put some tape on the edges of my die, and I'm going to figure out where that's going to go. Right here, right up to the edge. See how I can see the black table? That's obviously over too far, so I need to slide it so it's just barely on the card. And then I also need to make sure these two edges line up right on top of each other. And if I don't have a ruler handy, I'm going to use my little piece of cardstock, and that's going to help me eyeball this and make sure I'm not messing this up. But then that tape is going to stick, so I got to be careful here. So let me figure out how I'm going to do this. Maybe about like that. That'll work. So I'm going to tape that down. Now I do have, let me stretch that back up. I have a Gemini die cutting machine. It is my favorite die cutting system. And we obviously have all these machines on our website, the junior and the regular size. The junior is a, what is that, a smaller 6x8, I want to say, or 6x9 plate size. And the regular, not junior, but the regular Gemini is a 9x12.5 plate size. So it's kind of up to you what size is going to work. And of course, those are free shipping on those machines, as well as a phenomenal price. We make sure we are extremely competitive. So we go through a lot of these machines, and the manufacturer just happens to be local to us. So we get a really good deal that we pass along to you. So I've got my junior here. I've got my very well loved plates, and that's part of our show special is that plate sale, because I know so many of you already do have the Gemini or the Gemini Junior, so we're putting all those plates at 20% off, which is a really great deal. So because we want to cut this out and not cut through our other layer of card, here's what I'm going to do. I've got my clear plate, I've got my frosted shim, I've got my magnetic shim, and I'm going to take this guy and make a sandwich. I'm going to see how I'm going to do that? I'm going to wedge him on the fold like this. So I'm going to be sure that I don't cut the bottom of my card. So I'm making a sandwich like this, and now I've got my top plate like that. So I have my little sandwich, my fold. I think I'm good to go. Let's run this through my machine. I really need new plates. Maybe I should take advantage of our plate special. My goodness. But I keep flipping them over because you can do that. And you can use them forever and ever and just keep flipping the plates. There's just a lot of internal pressure with the Gemini machine because it does a really intricate cut every time, and you don't have to sit there and crank it. That's why it's so great. It's just you feed it, you do your nails, it comes back out. You're done. So I sped that through. Let's see what I did here. Let's take a look. And did that cut nicely? It did. Look at that. It cut nicely. So I'm going to take off my little die and my tape. Let's take that off. Okay, I will set that aside. But now I need to trim off. I need to trim this to a straight edge, like my sample, you see. So I'm going to get out my paper trimmer. Set this aside. I am the messiest crafter alive. There's stuff everywhere. I can't keep it organized. Any of you have that problem? I tell you. So I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to eyeball this to the edge of that cut is about right here, a little bit over. So I'm going to come up to here, and I'm going to just take it down to that edge like that. Perfect. Flip him over. Again, eyeballing it. And I'm going to take it down to that edge like that. Pretty good. Look at me. Okay, so now I have my edge all cut out like that. Now I need to do my other edge. Know that the paper that came in your kit is longer than you need by design, because I never want you to not have enough. So this is super long, and we will be trimming that later. So keeping in mind you can trim this all up, we are going to be needing to cut away this edge. So you're going to use the other die for that. Same kind of concept. So looking at the length of our original card and knowing we're going to trim it all up slightly. Here, let me move it up here so you can see. Here's where we're going to take our little stencil-y guy. Let's figure out how this goes. Yeah, he goes right like that. So that's the little stencil that came on top of our stamp. So we're going to eyeball this and figure out how this is going to go as well. You can struggle along with me here. Let me figure that out, because it's got to be right up to the edge. That looks about right. Let's take our tape. I need like an 8th hand. Do you ever have that issue where you're like, I need another hand because this isn't quite right? Get my stencil tape out. There we go. Okay, now I'm good to go. I don't need that white paper. And yeah, I may cut the edge of that little stencil-y thing. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Get my plates back. Let's see here. Get everything going here. Da da da. Just like that. Let's feed him through. Little push. Nothing up my sleeve, right? It's just gonna feed through. When it's done, it shuts off, pops out those plates. I'm all good to go. Automatic shut off on that machine. And I think I'm good. Let's see how I did. Let's see how I did. I got my tape down here. Let's carefully peel him off. I did pretty well, huh? So there's my cutaway piece. Let's take a look at this edge. I've got a little bit of an edge to clean up here and here. Do you see how it has a little space there? So let's get out our paper trimmer again. And again with the eyeballing it, whoops, using my trimmer, whoops. And where is the edge? He's right about here, just a hair. There we go. Boom. I'm going to flip him over. Figure out where that's going to go. Right about there. Look at that. I did pretty well. How about you? There we go. We don't need those pieces anymore. And now we need to trim this up to fit our card, because it's going to look about, well, first, before we do that, don't trim it up. Let's do the stamping. Let's make sure it's all going to fit nicely. So I've got my stamp, got a stamping block I'm going to use. I have my lovely stamp. And I am going to be, let's figure out how the stamp goes, because that would be a bummer if you did it backwards or sideways or something like that. He's going to go like that. Okay, that'll work. Yeah. And I'm going to be using alcohol markers to color it in. Some of you may be using maybe colored pencils or water-based markers, up to you. When we're working with alcohol markers, we want to use a water-based ink like a Memento. If you're using water-based markers, you're going to use the opposite. So you would stamp in an ink that is alcohol or solvent-based, like a STAZON. So opposites attract. So here I'm going to be using alcohol markers. I will use a water-based ink. So let me ink up my stamp like this. I'm getting some afternoon sun here. Kind of weird. I need better lighting. How are you all doing? Okay. And I'm going to have to eyeball this, and that's going to be the biggest trick of all, right? Eyeball that. And if you're a little off, it's okay. Don't kick yourself. Just do the best you can. Oh, I did pretty well. There we go. Okay, so I've got him all inked up. Now we're going to come back to our little, and see, I got ink on my hands, but no biggie. We're going to cover that. Nobody will see it. So I've got this guy right here. He's going to come in like that. And there are a million ways to put this together. Honestly, this is the way I'm doing it, but you could experiment and find other ways. And I have a little thing right at the end I'm going to show you of another stamp die combo, 2 other stamp die combos that you may want to check out. We've made a phenomenal deal so you could do more of these cards. So I'm leaving a little white edge here, a little white edge here. So I need to trim the rest of him up a little bit more. I'm probably going to take this back about 1/4 of an inch here. Let's see. Let me flip him over. Maybe about like this. Let's see what I'm doing. Let's see. That looks pretty good. I'm going to have to trim him just a hair more. And that's part of this, you know, that's why we have the Stampin' Dies. It's not one and done. You can play with it, figure out what's going to work. You might have to redo it. Totally fine. Let's see, that's looking pretty nice. And now we have to trim up the other bottom end as well. And that is going to, let's see here. You can tell I don't do a lot of measuring. I do a lot of eyeballing. I really do. I'm an eyeballer. I'm not a measurer. I know that drives some people crazy, but I just find you have to be really flexible when you're crafting, because sometimes it doesn't turn out perfect and you've got to go with it because this is fun. This is our hobby. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be stressful or like, ooh, I didn't do it exactly right. What's going to happen? You know, you don't be like that. It's okay. Okay, so that is going to work there. We need to do our ribbon now. So you have a little piece of black and white ribbon. Some of you may have a stripy one. Some of you may have this with the little edging on it. Either way, it's a black and white ribbon. And you know, there's a million ways to put adhesive on ribbon. One of my favorites is the glue dots with the purple box. It's kind of the quiet sleeper that nobody knows about. They are glue lines. They are glue lines. And if you ever have a box of glue dots, just look on the top and you can see exactly in actual size what it looks like. So these are little 1-inch lines. They're not super thick, but they give you enough strength to apply dimensional things like ribbon, where sometimes the tape runner is not going to work. Sometimes you pull the tape runner and the tape doesn't stick to the ribbon. Glue lines have saved me so many times doing different types of projects, especially when you're working with like a grosgrain ribbon or something like that. So I've got my little glue lines right here. So I need to put my ribbon onto here, and I'm going to use those glue lines. So I'm just going to rip off like a little bit of a row, 2 rows. How many am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got like 5 here. And I know this is going to be straight if I do it like this. So I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to smooth that down to get all my glue lines off. And let's see how I did. Let's see. Lifting. Doing pretty well. You may have to press really hard. Lifting. There's another glue line. Oh my goodness, press, press, press. There we go. Ooh, look at that. Fun, huh? Okay. And last one. And that's okay. See, that goes over the edge because my ribbon's going to go over the edge too. Watch. So I'm going to line him up here. I'm going to tuck the extra under. And now I just have a straight line. Look at me, huh? Not bad. And depending on how much your extra is, I'll do one more glue line. Let's get this guy here. And we'll get that last one down. Boop and boop. And I'm going to trim the excess with my favorite scissors, my Tim Holtz tonic. Anybody else have these? These are phenomenal. Of course, we have those too. So I've got this all set to go. It's all nice and straight. I'm ready. I'm going to put some adhesive on the back there, using my big Easy Runner Grand. This comes in permanent, repositionable dots, super strong, ultra clear, transparent, and what else? Permanent dots. So there's both repositionable and permanent dots. All right, so I need to just line this up onto here. Let's line this up. Figure out how he's going to be. I'm eyeballing this. Let's see here. And if it's not perfect, don't worry. None of us are, right? There we go. Got him down. Okay, there we are. Now we need to do a little bit of coloring. Want to? Okay. So you know I like to color with alcohol markers. That's always my go-to. I'm going to use the Tri-Blend by Spectrum Noir. These are the markers. They come in sets of 6 or sets of 24. They either come in regular bullet nib or they come in brush nib. And those are all on our website as well under Try Blend by Spectrum Noir. The bullet tips look like this, and the brushy tips look like this. Pretty pretty. It's just a matter of personal preference, which you prefer. And the cool thing about these is you don't have to figure out what color goes with what, because you're getting 3 distinct pens in a light, medium, and dark shade in the same pen. You don't have to figure it out. Super portable, super easy, and that's how we do it. So we start with our light color. I'm going to start with my light pink. This color, or this pen I pulled, is called Bright Pink Blend. That's what I'm using here. And for the leaves, I just happen to pull out Alpine Green Blend in the brush tip. So I've got my light pink, and what I need to do is just simply get pink down all over these flowers. I'm doing this quick because, you know, this isn't a full coloring thing that we're doing. It's really just putting the card together. So normally I would use smaller areas to get the color down to show you how to blend in a proper way, but I'm just going to do this quickly. So because some of you I know aren't doing alcohol markers. Some of you may be doing water-based markers, or you may be doing colored pencils. And that's great. It's up to you. However you want to get this stamp colored in, it is up to you. So I'm going to do just a little bit to show you there. And then I switch to my dark color. And let's see here. I'm going to add some dark in here. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see a little better as I color. Let's do that. I'm getting a little bit of a shadow going on here from my light. Sorry about that. I am a lefty. Any other lefties out there? So I'm just adding a little bit of the dark. Since this is a small area, I'm actually not going to use 3 colors to blend. I'm using just 2. So I'm going to add some dark. And again, I'm doing this really quick so you can see. Using the little lines from the stamp to kind of indicate where I should put some dark tones. And then I'm going to come back. Oops, I missed a spot right here. And then I'm going to come back in with my light, and I'm going to blend that up like this. Let's blend that up. So let me know where you're watching from in the comments. If you have any specific questions, let me know as well, because I'm here to answer them for you. And I do like to answer any other questions you have about coloring, about die cutting, anything like that. All right, so that's pretty much the basics. Let me get some green on here too. I'm going to use my light green for these leaves. I got to move my die cut machine. I keep hitting it, and that's probably driving you crazy listening to that, huh? All right. It's a quiet day here in my house. How about you? I've got one kid away at school. I've got the other kid studying for semester finals in high school. She's a senior. And this is pretty much the home stretch. Anybody else there? Home stretch. And she's already gotten into a bunch of schools, and we're waiting on some more fun times. I know some of you are empty nesters. Some of you are no nesters. Some of you are retired. I don't know what I am, because I craft for a living. So it's kind of like, what do you even call that? Like, it's kind of not working, right? Like, this is my work, but I think it's work that's really fun. And most people would argue I am not really working. So it's hard to say. What do you think? I don't know. So I'm just adding a little dark, a little light. I'm going to pull some of that up. And I'm doing this really quick just to show you. Now, if I wanted to get in here and add the little stamens, the little dot, the little stamens in the center of flowers, I'm going to use my white Uniball Signo like this. And I'm just going to add, this works great for stamens because it goes on top of the alcohol marker and it looks fantastic. And it's a great way to add white back into your piece when you don't have any white. And so let me sneak in my done sample just so you can see the entire thing colored like this. So I worked in some light and dark, and I didn't blend it a lot. I did a mild blend because I wanted it to be really dynamic and kind of punch and pop out. Now all these dots, I achieved that by using Stickles glitter glue. There's a whole host of colors. Twinkle's one of my favorites. And you just can kind of come in, and we're going to dot all of the little spaces. Very easy way to do this card. You can have it orient this way. You could add a sentiment, hello, or thank you, or thinking of you, and just really fun and easy. So let me show you, if you liked this and you like this technique, let me show you 2 other stamp and die combos that you can purchase at a really special price if you like this. So as a little bit of an added bonus, if you liked the whole edgeable stamp and die, we have a little bit of a special for you going on. You see these 2 here. So this is the dandelion with the dies and the butterfly with the dies. And I'm putting them over here because I want to show you some finished samples on the other side. These 2 sets, which normally retail for $15 a set, so that's $30 value here, we're going to make them available to you as a 2-piece bundle for just $9.99. You're going to get both of them for $9.99, and that's going to be on our website under new arrivals. So check that out. I'll make sure it's the first item you see, and we'll send those out to you as the next thing you can do to take your card making to the next level. So let's quickly get into some new arrivals, and at the end I've got a couple marker specials I want to tell you about. First of all, in our new arrivals, we've got a lot of storage options from Totally Tiffany that have just come back in. Here's just a couple things. We've got a whole lot on there, but these are just going fast. Lots of storage options in addition, of course, to our own storage that has been quite popular, like the jumbo storage tote, of course. We've also got our stickle storage bag. We love that. Really heavy duty plastic, very thick, USA made. And then we've got the really cool from Score Pal, the stacker. This is a way to stack all of your score tapes and have it easy at your disposal, along with some other goodies like that. And let's not forget the Totally Tiffany trash can, really large size, that pops up for your tabletop. And this comes in 4 different colors, including purple, pink, turquoise, and black. Some great new papers for card makers are here, and they're bundled into coordinated stacks. And what I like about these 6x6 pads is the prints are really super small, so they're in proportion with your cards. And that is always really important. From Gemini are foils, and these can be used with the Gemini foil press machine or with adhesive where you can press and lift. Sparkle, pink pearlescent, red shimmer, and champagne are all new. In addition to these really great basics, these are in our basics category on our website. These dies that are nesting dies with different shapes, both basic and a little unusual, they're only $10. Got the new tricolor aqua from Spectrum Noir. There's like 5 different sets of these guys. Here's just 3 of them. And these are a water-based marker. These are not alcohol. You get 3 distinct colors that are water-based, great for coloring on your stamps and stamping or just coloring in general, but they are a water-based marker, really vibrant colors and really awesome brush tip. There's also the glitter markers that come in 3 flavors as well. These guys are phenomenal. Let me take them out and show you. So here's one set, and you'll see on these, let me pull like a pink, a dark pink, so you can see it's got a nice tip, and it's got a lot of shimmer. This is, let me color over this that I did in a different color, just so you can see the difference between shimmer and no shimmer. Can you see that? There we are. There's that shimmer. So really easy to control, not super liquidy, is not going to bleed everywhere. Just really great delivery and very, very sparkly. Sparkle, tons of new glitters that are biodegradable, so they're not going to destroy our planet, which is kind of nice. And I like about these that some of them are plain glitter and some are a variety mix. So there's about 16 different styles available in our new arrivals section. This Gemini puzzle die is brand new. 8x10 size, you're getting 48 pieces in there to turn any photograph or layout into a puzzle. Super phenomenal, amazing. And we've got some new fun things. This is a 6-inch paper trimmer, great for card makers. This guy is fine tip bottles to put all types of different adhesives or paints with a very fine application. And if you're a lettering person, these 2 sets are really great. has everything you need to get started on your lettering journey, along with a practice book. And as far as inks, these two are new. These are mixed media inks from Memento Luxe, Tuxedo Black, and Wedding Dress. This goes on any type of surface. It's mixed media, so it's an great all-purpose ink. And lastly, among product, our adhesives are 20% off. Then I just wanted to throw some of my favorites out so you could see. And of note, these ink away wipes are phenomenal. This guy, if you like my stick, he's discontinued. So when they're gone, they're gone. It's time to stock up now because you can't get them. We also have older class kits available on our website. So if you want something fun to do virtually while you're at home, check out our class and virtual class section and you can grab a kit as well. And of course, just a reminder that we are your one-stop source for all of your Gemini replacement plates, both junior and full size, and foil press top plates, all that good stuff. And they are on a special sale for a limited time because of this special event with the expo. So stay tuned for those show specials at the end of the video as a reminder to you. And lastly, what we're going to do is when you pick a set of 6 of tri-blend markers, any set of 6, there's a drop-down menu. Pick your set of 6 and you get to pick a stamp to go with. So I'll have each stamp up separately along with the marker set. So you could load up. You could get a whole bunch of different sets of 6, and we're going to throw in this stamp and die set of your choice along with a marker set of your choice. So there is no excuse for you to not get started or continue coloring.
Thanks so much for joining me. Had a lot of fun with you. Hope you did too. And so many ways you can accent this card and kick it up a notch and add some other products to it.
And I really appreciate you guys joining me today. Our website is shopbecreative.com, and here are our show specials: 20% off those Gemini plates and 20% off adhesives. These are going to be valid through February 22nd, 2021. And we always have free shipping on orders over $59. So you can check us out on our website. You can also visit us on Facebook at facebook.com/shopbecreative. We're also on Instagram at shopbecreative. And you can be sure to join our email list by going to our homepage of our website and scrolling all the way down to enter your email to find out about sales and new arrivals. Thanks for joining me, and have a really great rest of your day.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Miss Karen from Be Creative. Another great way to do a slimline card, and it really gave. I like this card because the stamping and the die that she added to the card really made it elegant. And I love how this is like the little holder, the little opener on here that she did, and how she cut the card, which would be great, like back here, you could put a beautiful, you could put a background paper. You could do, on this, you could do embossing if you wanted to as well.
Sure.
Do some washi tape, whatever. But I do love how, because I love this purple and the gray coloring as well that she did on here. But I do love how it has this little hangover on the card, and I just think that this made elegant. And I loved how she used, there's all different types of, we think of glue dots as just glue dots,
right?
But she used the glue lines on the ribbon, because ribbon and twine and things, I think I've always struggled, how do you get it to adhere and stay and not look crunchy and everything, and using the lines, I thought that was great. So Karen always is really good about showing techniques, and once again using the right adhesive, for the product. We've talked about that a lot, and gosh, everybody, you got
awesome.
This beautiful, how beautiful is that flower?
Oh, it's awesome.
And even if you're not a color, just, you can take that because I'm not a big color yet. So I would take this and just, try to do some different stamping colors or do a background with some blending to stamp if you're not. So, so what a great thing. And the Gemini, that looks, you just push the button and right through. So thank you, Karen. How beautiful as always, and great techniques with all those great adhesives that she sells too.
Exactly. When I saw the kit come in, I'm like, oh my goodness, look at this beautiful Gemini stamp and die. Like, that alone is just, the value is amazing, right? And so if you go onto 𝐒𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺𝑒's website, there are so many Gemini different options. They have like Dave was talking about, the machine, which, I love to have every machine in my arsenal because you don't ever know what you need, and it's just fun, Some people collect cars, some people collect handbags.
We collect machines.
We collect machines and stamps and dies.
And
my husband collects tools and things like that. So he totally understands, a need. I think we support each other in that way. So what I'm saying is, hopefully he's watching this. I need the Gemini machine. No, but with the Gemini, there comes foils. There's nesting dies that were like $10, some of them there. There's so many things, like Be Creative, as we know, on the show floor. That was always my adhesive go-to spot, and she does still do this,
and so knowledgeable.
So knowledgeable.
It's amazing how she shows you.
Like you were talking about the lines. Like those glue dot lines. I didn't even know glue dot had lines, So that is really awesome for those tiny strips, or like ribbon, or things that will adhere and stand the test of time.
And glue dots, that is a good product too.
Oh my gosh, it's the best. I love glue dots. Okay, so then she also has a ton of new Totally Tiffany. So I know that we're all at home, we're all trying to organize, and there's so many. There's the Sue bag, the Shelly, the Deborah, the Stephanie. There's that larger trash can that can sit in
those are nice
area, like on your desk, or on the floor, or for your friends as they craft with you. And it comes in 4 different colors. I'm like, that's so cool.
I'm sure you're gonna have to get every color.
I know, right?
So for sure, totally, you need storage, because you know what, everybody needs to start getting ready and get packed, because before too long we're going to be able to craft with our friends again.
That's
for sure.
Gonna make me cry. I love the Zoom, crafting.
Oh yes,
stuff.
It's awesome.
It's helped, but I can't wait to actually hug people again.
Soon it's coming.
Right?
I promise.
Yes. So just so many different things. I'm gonna go really fast because we're running out of time. But there's the Tri-Blend Marker Try Me Bundle. Oh my goodness, the Cosmic Shimmer Eco-Friendly Glitter in all these different colors. There is the Score Tape Tabletop Stacker.
Yes.
Dave gave me that for Christmas. You guys, it's on my
Love
workspace.
That. Check that out.
Your round.
Your tear tape, your red tape. Yes.
It's just right there. You don't even have to go looking for it anymore. It's just right there. Oh, that's awesome. There's 6x6 paper pads, the Spectrum Noir markers, the tricolor, and then there's also glitter markers. There's just so much. Go on the website. So let me go ahead and give you the show special is 20% off Gemini plates using coupon code BPLATE. Okay, and then also 20% off adhesives using coupon code BGLUE. Free shipping on orders over $59, and this is valid through February 22nd. So
awesome.
That's
great. Well, thank you, Miss Karen from Be Creative. And now we are going to visit with Miss Kim from Blank Page Muse, and we're going to play with some red rubber stamps that you're going to enjoy. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse Rubber Stamps. We're a little family-owned and operated rubber stamp manufacturer here in Riverside, California. Thanks for coming in on your Valentine's Day today. I'm going to take you through step-by-step how to make this card. I love flowers, hope you do too. And it's very simple. It's straight stamping, embossing, and finishing the card. That's it. Let's go. Here we go. Ready to stamp? I'm ready to stamp. Happy Valentine's Day. This is the package y'all should have received in your Mega Make and Take kit from Scrapbook Expo. I'm going to set this aside. Let's go ahead and open up and get all the goodies out. There we go. Set the bag aside. I don't need it right now. You should have a wonderful big flower and a frame stamp, a sentiment, and a really cute little butterfly. In the clear package here, you should have the folded card base. Gonna set that aside. That's the last piece we need to mount everything onto. You should have a really, really fun circle butterfly trails stencil. Set that aside. That's a later step. And then here you should have your 3x8 watercolor piece of paper that we're actually going to do the stamping on, the coloring on, and all the fun stuff. One side of it's a little smooth. One side is a little more textured. Today I'm going to use the smoother side on it for the stamping. Let's set aside this one. I don't need it yet. And we're going to start with the flower. And I'm going to put the panel onto the board here, onto the stamping platform. I'm using the stamping platform. If you don't have one, it's fine. Use your acrylic block, whatever works for you, whatever you like to stamp with. I'm just using it for convenience sake here to hold everything in place. Got it off to the side a little bit. One little tip here to help you line up the stamp a bit is you've got a nice straight frame line here and the straight edge of your card. So if you use a little piece of tape on the edge of that frame line on the stamp, it'll help give you a mark to help line it up straight to one side of your card base here. Going to use the lower part of the stamp, or the lower part of the card panel. Scoot it down just a little bit, get it, eyeball it on there pretty straight. It just helps give you a little more guidance there. Okay. Pick it up and get rid of the tape there. And cling cushion's nice, it's attached. Use whatever embossing ink you like, whatever you have on hand, and let's ink it up. I really like the Versamark ink. It stays wet for a long time, so you have plenty of time to get it all together, and you can re-ink it a couple times if you want to make sure it's nice and wet. I also have an anti-static cloth here. I'm going to put it on it. It'll help catch some of the stray embossing powder, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot here. Let's stamp and see how it comes out. Okay. Looks good. I'm going to ink it one more time to make sure I've got enough on there so we get enough embossing powder. So I like to emboss this. We're going to do some watercoloring on it. And I like the embossing. It helps hold the color in place. It doesn't kind of bleed into each other. When you're a beginner like I am, it's nice to have that little well to hold the color. Okay, that looks pretty good. I see a pretty sharp image on there. I'm going to take the magnets off and pull off the panel here and set aside the platform. And a scrap piece of paper to sprinkle the embossing powder over it. I'm using black. Use whatever brand you have. I like the fine versions. Seems to give nice lines when they're embossed. It still looks just stamped, which is kind of cool. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay, let me dump the powder back in here so I don't make a bigger mess. Okay. lid onto it again so I don't get clumsy and knock it all over the place. There's a few little stray marks. If that happens to you, just take a little brush and brush away the strays. Don't worry too much about it. It gives it a little more texture and character. It's fun. Okay, now it's going to get loud when I turn on the heat gun. Sorry about that. Patience, please. Here we go. Okay. Make sure the whole thing looks pretty shiny. Make sure I hit all the spots on it. Looks pretty good. I'm going to touch up right here. Okay, that looks good. Next step, I'm going to do the butterflies. And for that, I'm just going to use a regular acrylic block. Stick it on there. Cushion cling is really nice for that. And if you ever get your stamps and they're not cushion clinged and they're just the plain naked rubber, all you need is a piece of double stick tape and that'll attach to your acrylic block, even your stamping platform, and you'll be able to stamp away with no problem. Okay, I'm going to do 2 butterflies. I'm going to do one down in this area and then another one up here. Stamp right here. Nice impression. I'm going to ink it again. And I'm going to rotate the stamp a little bit so it's kind of flying at a little different angle. There we go. Okay, set that aside. I'm also going to do the butterflies in black as well. And again, I've got a few little stray marks here. I'm gonna brush them off. Okay. Okay, that looks nice. There we go. Everything looks nice and shiny. Hit all the marks. Okay. Then the next step, you're going to get your stencil. We're going to put in the butterfly trails. And you're going to kind of look at it and place the dots in between the butterflies a little bit. And you're just going to ink it up and then do this part in white. You're going to need white embossing powder for this one. Because when we ink it over, we want those dots to show up. All right. So to do the white dots, you're going to put the stencil over it. And using your embossing ink, I'm just using the little makeup sponges. You're going to put your dots in, and then you're going to emboss them in white because you want it to show up with the background ink when we're ready for that next step. Just going to go in here and put some, fill in the sections you like that make sense to you. There's no right or wrong, just add some fun dots. Polka dots make everything lots of fun. And go off the edges a little bit. It's totally fine. Just get it nice and inked so it holds your powder. I'm going to do the top half of the card and then we'll turn it around and do the bottom half. Okay. Lift it up straight and I see dots. Good. And I'm using a solid white embossing powder. Okay. Okay, I can see that they're shiny and the marks are there. I don't know how well it's going to show up on the camera. Now I'm going to turn it around and we're going to add some more dots along the bottom side here. And I'm going to use just like so. I place the stencil so it's just kind of looping around the leaf that's on there. Okay. Just get it nice and inked and wet, just like before. If it overlaps the frame a little bit, that's fine. There we go. Lift it up, set your stencil aside. You're done with it at this point. Cool. Okay, that looks all nice and shiny. Very good. Okay, now you have all the embossing done. Set aside that stuff, and now we're ready to color. I'm using these watercolor brush pens. They're called Color It. I found them on Amazon. And I have a water brush pen, which is just a simple brush tip, and you fill the reservoir with water. And it helps blend your colors and push it around. Okay, so I'm going to use pink for the flower petals, and I'm going to start there because I like starting with the flower and then working out. I've got a scrap piece here to test it if I want to, or just rest my fingers on it so I don't make a bigger mess. And also some paper towels off to the side to dab up any messes as well. I am going to go ahead and start putting the pink in. I like to start in the middle and then work towards the outside. And these watercolor pens are super forgiving, especially when using them on watercolor paper. It takes the water, it puts down, the ink is down and it's dry, but as soon as you put water on it, it runs and blends and it looks so pretty and fun. So I'm going to start with that. Then I'm going to come in with the water pen and just start pulling it down a little bit more. There we go. Get that wonderful watercolor effect. Kind of looks like glass, where it's ripply. That just beautiful glass quality and water quality. Just so fun. And to me, it just is really easy, especially for a lot of people just starting coloring your stamps. Gives you some real quick satisfaction and a minimal investment, because I think this set of pens only costs like $20 or something. It's a great way to just get started and have fun. And these last a while. I've done several projects and they just last. They're really, really nice. And I like the tips on them. Okay, so I've got the first layer in there. I'm going to use paper towel just to make sure I get the excess pink off the water brush. And I'm going to come in with a little bit of it's a darker red, this red color here. And it's called Regal Red. It actually has a number. And this particular brand of pens is actually refillable too, which is fun. And anyway, I'm going to put the red in right here, right where those little black stamped embossed lines are. And it's still wet enough so the ink is starting to blend in nicely. Make a nice little texture running marks there. Cool. Okay, that's just a little bit of red. And I love how it's creeping in there. And I'm going to come back with some more pink. Just to help draw it out a little bit more. There we go. Back with some water. I'm going to spin this around. It's nice. Dry this off. Just even up the color just a little bit. That petal looks really good. I'm going to leave it alone. With the others, I just want to smooth it a little bit. There we go. And if you have something that just doesn't look right, you can even come in and dab it a little bit, and it'll lift it off while it's still wet. Good. I like the way the petals look. I'm going to stop there. Now I'm going to jump to the center portion of the flower. I'm going to use this yellow here and do it all in this little lined portion right here. And then just do some random spots in the outer circle here. The black dots are. I'm going to put a touch of pink. Just dabbing it here and there around there. And my water pen. Get some water in there, start blending it a bit. So that yellow and pink are coming together and you're getting little bits of orange, which is good. That's the look I was going for. And now a touch of that red to come in very middle there and to darken this up. There we go. And just literally just dabbing it along. A little bit more yellow. Now cleaning off the yellow here because it picked up a lot of the red. There we go. That's pretty good on the center and the flower and the petals. Now I'm going to move on out to the leaves. For the leaves, I'm going to use a green, a dark green, that same yellow, and a middle green, almost chartreuse green. I'm going to put down this light green first this time. And I'm going to do all of the leaves. I'm just going to put the base coat like so. Just a touch of color on every single one. All the way around, usually starting at the top of the leaf, down towards the tip a little bit. It's going to bring in some of the highlight. All the way up to this one here too. And now a little bit of the green, dark green. Doing it at the top of the leaves and along the fold, because it looks like the leaf is folded there. And a little bit on the bud here. There we go. On that one. Just keep going around. Okay, coming back with the watercolor pen, the water pen now, and blending it together. It's a lot of water there. I'm taking that all the way down to the tip. Don't worry too much if you go outside the lines. When we do that background area around the flower, it'll blend in and you're not going to notice it much. Now I'm going to use the bright yellow and go over kind of the middle down to the bottom. Just try to bring a little lightness into it. A little highlight, I guess you'd say. And yeah, it's going to pick up some of the green on your yellow pen, but that's why I have a paper towel to just kind of brush that off. And if you don't have watercolor pens, you can use distress inks, any sort of water color. It'll work fine. Distress inks are fun. They've got lots of different colors too. So whatever you have on hand. I like these pens a lot. They're real flexible. Okay. There we go. Got a little brightness on there and a little dark, so that looks pretty good. I'm going to stop them right there. I'm going to clean off the green off my yellow pen real fast. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to go on up to, that all looks good there, so I'm going to go on up to the butterflies. I'm going to turn this around here. And I'm going to put yellow all through here. On each of the wings, just coloring over the black because it's not going to show up anyway. So I've got the yellow down. I'm going to take a little bit of that medium green just on the very tips. That looks good. Now I'm going to come in with a lighter blue and just brush it from the middle outwards. Kind of following along those little lines that are in there already on the butterfly. Let it kind of blend in by itself. Okay, that. And now just a touch of purple. I'm using a touch of purple in this dotted area right next to the body. Then I'm going to take the water pen and just add a little bit of color or a little bit of water to help soften that shading there so it blends in a little nicer. And then going to the opposite end of the wing there, just smoothing that in. There. It still leaves it nice and vibrant, a little bit of color, looks fun. That part's done. The flower and the butterflies are done. Now it's time to do this inside area around the flower, this little window frame. I'm going to do it in blue. I'm just going to put some color down real quick all over this. You don't have to get all over because you're going to come back with that water brush and smooth it and dab it and make it have that little crackly look almost, that smooth glass-like look. And see the ink or the color itself is just kind of picking up that green and washing it away a little bit, so not too worried about it. Getting those areas there. in between the leaves and stems and stuff. Back up here, a little closer to the flower. Okay. Back to the water pen. Smooth it together. There's kind of a dabbing motion like that. I like these little puddles that it leaves. I think that looks fun. I don't like it perfectly smooth. I like all the texture I can get. Filling it in. Again, the embossing is helping hold that ink in place. It doesn't run and blend together too much. Let's get way crazy outside the lines. Okay. Let's put just a touch more blue at the top. Okay, gonna leave that. That's nice and blue. Now it's time to move into the background. The whole card itself is going to be a nice pink. I'm going to use the same pink pen that I used on the main part of the flower itself. I'm just going to go around. I'm going to use a clean paper towel and just apply pink across the whole thing. Just brush it in like this. Then we're going to come back with a water brush and activate it and finish filling it in. Try to be careful not to get all over the butterflies. Don't worry about covering up the embossing on the dots. It's a resist, so most of it's going to wipe away. Let's come down here. To the bottom. Side. Okay, got a lot of pink on there. Set that aside. Now the water brush. And this to put my hand on so I don't smear it too badly. And we're just going to scrub over it like this. Just using the water, push it around. Use the brush to push the water around, I mean. And dabbing off the dots while the water is still wet, hasn't dried yet. And it starts to reveal them. Start getting that little texture there. Keep bringing in the color. And again, you kind of dab off some of the ink and it gives another textured, almost tie-dye look, I guess. Bring that real close there. Watercolor paper is going to take a lot of water, so don't worry if you get it too wet. You can get as close to the embossing as you like. And I'm trying to leave that set the frame itself in white without getting any color in that area. Just soaking off some of it, and it's giving that wonderful little wash look on it. Okay. Come in here a little more carefully. Get it right up to the frame in between the leaves. There we go. Smooth out that line. Dab off some of the extra. And again, the watercolor is pretty forgiving. You can dab it off and you get those nice little, the different gradations on there. It's really nice. Okay. You've got your dots revealed. This wonderful watercolor background. I've got pink ink everywhere. Nice. And you've got a lot of time to work on this while it reactivates every time you get it wet. So if it's too dark, just dab off some of the ink. Okay, I'm going to set this aside, let it dry for a second, and all we have to do is stamp the sentiment. Let me clear this away and make a little spot here. I've got pink fingers, so I'm going to be careful here. And we need to stamp the sentiment. So you're going to need a piece of regular paper, cardstock, whatever you like to use, to stamp on the sentiment. And I'm just going to use regular VersaFine black ink and stamp it on here. There you go, that looks good. Set this out and I am going to trim it. I'm going to do a big cut and then I'm going to go around it. I'm going to cut it in kind of an oval, straight lines and then just rounded corners. Just want a simple sentiment on here. Okay. And I love this sentiment. Simple. I was thinking of you today. Can be used on any card for any person. You could change the colors up on this card to make it a little not so pink. But the sentiment will come in handy for a lot of different projects. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and attach this before I attach the panel to the cardstock or the folded, paper we have. And I like placing the sentiment at the bottom of the card because you've got the butterflies up here. It's kind of crowded. So I'm going to put it here at the very bottom. And I've just got a little tape runner here. I'm going to put it on the back. And stick it down on the panel. Now, when you do this home, let this dry completely before you do all this, but I want to just get the panel on here so you see the finished card. And we're going to center it on here. This is your Slimline card folded that was in your kit. You're going to want to put your tape runner on it and attach it on here, and then you're all set. You've got a wonderful, flexible card suitable for any occasion. Let me go ahead and get this off here. think usually on the panels I like to use a little heavier, wider tape, but this is all I have at the moment. So use whatever you like. You can use foam if you want it popped up a little bit off the background, whatever works for you. It's flexible. Just have fun stamping and coloring, okay? And I'm not measuring it, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. There you go. There's your simple spring butterflies card. Make sure you visit us at blankpagemuse.com. Use your coupon code 𝐒𝐒𝐲 for a nice 25% discount. And you enter that at checkout and you're all set. Thank you so much for crafting with us today. Happy Valentine's Day. See you again soon. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Miss Kim from Blank Page Muse. Another look at the beautiful, beautiful card.
So springy. I love the colors.
Love it. And you know, one thing about Red Rubber Stamps is they produce such a clear, crisp image with their lines and everything, which you get the clear stamps you get that too, but these are so, I think they're more intricate, I'm going to say, when you use them. But, and, she did a great job always as, coloring and everything. But I loved how she showed how to line your single red rubber stamps up against the line by just putting a piece of tape and lining it up, because like with the clear stamps, you can't see,
right.
You don't want to have to go through all that trouble of trying to line things up. So I never thought about that.
Yeah. First
First time I've seen that technique. So I always get excited when I see ways of using, because I have a lot of red rubber stamps and I still have a lot of the wooden.
I can't get rid of them. I love
them. But a beautiful flower, the sentiment, you got the sentiment stamp and the butterfly too, and she put the butterflies on here to make it look like they were flying away. And also stencils, we were talking about different things that come in and out, like we were talking about the shaker cards earlier. Yeah. And stencils, stencils are really coming back. And, this is you just use and use and use this. And even this design, she used this to make the butterfly trail, and I love how she did that in white and how it stands out. Yeah. But you could use that for any type of of a card, or just use part of it. So I love how she did that. So I just think the card is beautiful, and I love that I saw a new technique using the red rubber stamps for sure. So, and they are, her and her husband are just the greatest people, and they make all their stamps right at their house. So,
do they?
Yep.
And her son was in too, so I'm sure he has part of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so,
they don't live too far from me, so
it's
always nice to see them.
A family can work, together, and that's why we need to support our, these businesses that families working together, staying together, and that's what I love doing that too.
And Kim is one who I saw went using the colored pencils, and she got me started with the coloring. So so just love it. So another great project, and using the red rubber stamps.
Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people love the clear stamps, but there's something about red rubber stamps that are so they're so nice, like you said. They're just so easy to stamp.
Yeah, and you just peel the back off, so you can still use it with your Misty and everything. Yeah, same way your acrylic block. So
it's just
you don't have to try to find a piece of wood like you used to.
Right, exactly. Oh yes, I remember that.
Yes. So all these would have this big piece of wood now.
Yes, you have to find a wood. Yeah, I remember being like, Kelly, can you give me a 2x4?
Yeah.
So if you go on Blank Page Muse's website, there are so many awesome rubber stamps that she has. I mean, they are so artistic.
Yes.
The artistic, it's amazing. I was just lost on the website, just going, oh my goodness, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of art. They're
very
artsy.
artsy. Yes. So if you want to learn new techniques and you just watch the videos, like Dave was saying, it makes the project come to life. You know, I do love very like cutesy and, you know, that stuff too, but I love like the artistic, because you always have a friend or a family member that you know would fit that type of stamp, that would really appreciate, you know. Just
like this, you know, this would be a wonderful like get well card for somebody. Just that flower itself. Right. So. Like
not every person, I think that not every person has the same like artistic, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so you make a stamp for that family member that would fit that or appreciate that. And so I think that is so cool. So on the website, there's like words and phrases, steampunk, Halloween, vintage, ocean, nature, fantasy, cars, backgrounds and borders, people, whimsical, tribal, holidays, romance, wildlife,
especially for today.
And then there's different stencils like stars and water clouds and flight birds and fire flames. There's embossing powders that are just gorgeous. There's marshmallow, peppermint, spearmint, java, plum, butterscotch. Now, those names are so cool.
I was going to say, is that the glitter or is that what's for dinner? Marshmallows.
Yeah, right? But it's funny. I love that's a perfect name for the color.
It is. It is. I love it. Because
awesome.
Thinking
you
about
can already see. Yeah. And then there's also 6x6 paper pads that are perfect for card makers. So, oh my goodness, go on the website. And Blank Page Muse right now, the show special is saving 25% off. Wow.
That's a great deal, everybody.
That is so good. So the coupon code is Expo Heart. And that will be valid until February 28th.
Great.
So that's awesome deal.
Awesome. So thank you, Miss Kim, as always, at Blank Page Muse. So now we are getting ready to stamp on it with some good ideas with Stamp On It. So we'll be back.
Welcome everyone to the Slimline Mega Make and Take by Scrapbook Expo. This is Stamp On It class, and I hope you're going to enjoy this. Here's what the card is going to look something like. Yours is going to be different. No two cards do I even make alike. So if you'll notice on one of these, I blended here, but you can also just color in, okay, with your markers. All right, we're going to get started with the kit. So this is your kit. In this kit, you're going to have a coupon and a sheet of instructions. Sorry about all the crinkling. You are going to get an artful stamp that's a vertical thank you. You're going to get 2 rolls of double stick tape. One is 3/8 inch and one is 1/8 inch. This is important for our glitter and blending technique. You're going to get a sheet of dragonfly stickers. We're only going to be using a few, so you will have a lot left on here to do other projects. We pre-printed a thank you for people who don't own stamp pads but still want to do this project. You can, still participate. We also enclose a spoon. I was already ready to tell you about how we sell them. We sell them in packages of 6. And it is nice, excuse me, it is nice to have more than 1 spoon, but you can work with this just fine. You will have 3 packages of glitter. One is Summer Sky, one is Mermaid, and one is Heather. You will have an anti-static brush. You will have a Slimline card base. And if you look at this, thank you, it fits on here as a layer. Okay, and you will have a matching envelope. And when I say matching, I mean the colors match. The whites are the same white. Then you will have 3 coffee filters. And you have this extra piece of cardstock, which you can do with it as you want. It can be your table paper, or you can use it for another project. All right, so let's get started. So what I'm going to want you to get out is your stamped image. Now I'm first going to show you how to stamp. For people who have never stamped, I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to set that one aside. And I know I have one already. I'm just going to stamp right beside it. Or maybe I'll stamp on the back side. That's what I always tell all my people, is that you can always, your mistakes, there's always a second side. So if you make a mistake, you can do that. So then you're going to need some hard surface, whether it be plate from one of your embossing machines or acrylic block, something that this can cling to. This is a cling stamp. It is on cling rubber. This is pink rubber with a cling foam backing. You peel off the backing and then it just automatically sticks. Doesn't fall off. All right, so I like, when I'm inking stamps, I like to ink bringing the ink pad down, not taking it and going like this, because chances are you're going to miss something. And so I do it like this, and I just lightly tap, especially if you're using a brand new ink pad or a newly refurbished or inked up pad. You want to not press too hard. Now, if you're wanting to create more cards like these, then you're going to want to know that you want to stamp near the left edge of the card layer. Then you just press down and lift up. Do not rock it, because if you accidentally get ink on the edge of the rubber, it will transfer onto the paper. So I'm going to show you another way for people who don't own stamp pads. You want to use a water-based marker. Okay, so here is a black Tombow marker. Now, you're going to use this if you don't have a stamp pad. And then you just color. It's like coloring in the words. And yes, I'm getting it on the rubber, but it should not transfer because the word's set up high enough. Now, if you feel that it's taken a long time for this to get inked up, and you think, oh no, the beginning part is dry, all you have to do is take a huff of your breath and it will re-moisten this ink. So I'm going to do it away from the camera because you're not going to see my face, but you heard me blow on it kind of with my hot air, and then I'm going to just press it down and pick it up. Okay? So those are the 2 ways to ink your stamp. Let's get that out. Now we're going to bring back our layer piece that has the thank you on it. And we're going to, I like to turn it sideways. That's up to you, but I turn it sideways. You're then going to take your 2 different thicknesses of double stick tape, and you're going to start with the wider, the 3/8 inch. And what I do is I stretch out a lot and I put my fingers here to hold this in place, and then I come away from the edge and I kind of look to see that both sides look about the same, and then I press that down and I tear it off. Now, yes, this is going to attach to the paper and tear, but it's no big deal. Then you're going to take a pair of scissors and you're going to trim off the excess. And then I'm going to burnish this down again. Make sure that's on really well. Then what I do is I take a pokey tool. We sell these on our website and they are great. I call them deadly weapons because these are very sharp. You'll like them. Then I'm going to remove the backing off of this. Do not throw this away. Leave it laying right there. Then you're going to take your 1/8 inch tape. Got to make sure I'm into your view. You're going to take your 1/8 inch tape and you're going to find where it starts. There it is. And again, I go way more than I need. And I start here and I look, and then I look down here, and let me tell you, you're not going to get it perfectly in the middle. It's just not going to happen. If it's way off, you know, you could pull it off and start again. But as my one friend always has told me, perfection is only found in heaven. This is a homemade card. Okay, so now we're going to cut off this excess with our scissors. All right, so now what you need to do is you need to bring in your 3 coffee filters and your 3 bags of glitter. And what I'm going to want you to do is to go ahead and dump a good amount in each one of the coffee filters. Just shake a bunch in there. You could put it all in there if you wanted. Yeah, I think I want a bigger clump. There. I don't want to have to work that hard. So this is the mermaid. This is the heather. Sorry, it's going to get a little hard to be in view. So again, put in a good clump. I'm going to move this off a little bit. Then I'm going to bring this one in and we're going to put in the summer sky. Okay, so now you're going to need your spoon. And as I said, we do sell these on our website in packages of 6. All right, so we have our glitters. Now bring back in your sticky, you have portion of this exposed. The sticky stuff is exposed. And what I'm going to teach you is how to blend glitter. Okay, so what you're going to do is you take the spoon and it kind of goes into the palm of your hand. And then you kind of hold it a little bit like a pencil, because you have your thumb around it and this, so that it doesn't do one of these things, okay? And then that's what this finger helps too. And then it's going to be a tapping motion like this that is going to create this little cascading glitter coming down. So as you see, I'm going to scoop up some mermaid. And you'll see, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm going to kind of separate. I'm about 4 to 5 inches away from my card that has the tape exposed. Then I'm going to do this light tapping motion. If you tap too hard, a whole bunch is going to come out and you won't have a blended glitter. All right, so then let's use a spoon to tap it off. You can use your anti-static brush. Take that out of its package. And then I'm just going to get rid of that little bit. I'm not going to brush anything else because you don't want to make the tape, not sticky anymore. You do want to clean off your spoon though. So let's bring this back in. You do want to clean your spoon off with your anti-static brush. Okay, now we're going to go in with the heather. So I scooped some up, put a little bit out because I had quite a bit on there. Now again, I'm holding it up and I'm going to do that tapping motion, and then I just move it along as I see it coming down. I just move it along. You know, I move my hand that's holding onto the cardstock. Then I do a quick tap. Okay. Now, what you may not understand is that this is ultra-fine glitter. And there are, you know, because there's just such microscopic glitter, you'll think, well, that's pretty much all covered. Well, in between everything is a lot of spaces that glitter can still attach itself. So then I take this one, and I don't necessarily, because this is the last color, I don't necessarily shake this one, but you're more than welcome to shake it. I just put this on. That way then it goes in any crevice that doesn't already have glitter on it. Then you're going to take your anti-static brush and you're going to clean off your spoon. Now you're not done with your glitter, but let's pull it aside, because then you're going to take your anti-static brush and you'll see that the tape that we have the backing on is, you know, a lot of glitter has attached to that. So what you're going to do is either have an empty container, and I call it my sludge pot, which is a combination of all different kinds of glitter, which can look nice on backgrounds and things like that. So if you want to save it, do that. But, you know, I'm just brushing off the excess glitter. Any glitter that is meant to stay is going to stay on there. And I myself am going to bring in my really nice anti-static brush to get that off the table. All right, so now what we have to do is what I call bring the glitter to life or burnish it into the tape. So with your finger, you're going to rub in a back and forth motion, not super hard, but not very light. And you'll see how this looks really sparkly and this one isn't. It's like you're bringing it to life. That's what I call it. It may not show on this video, but when you're doing this, you are going to notice the difference. Then again, you're going to bring your anti-static brush in, because any glitter that wasn't meant to stick came off, and that's all normal. And you can either use your hand to wipe this away. All right, so now we have this. We're going to take a pokey tool or just use your finger, and we're going to remove the center backing tape. All right. And the color that I have chosen to put in the middle of this is the heather. Okay. So take your spoon, which is clear. Oh, there it is. You know, when you set something down that's clear, you can't find it. So you take your spoon, and now you're just going to cover this with the glitter. You can let it run on down, pick up some more. Make sure you get enough in there that there isn't any tape showing anymore. You see, there's no more tape exposed. Then you can take your anti-static brush and clean off your spoon. Now what you can do is you can return the glitter back into the containers. So this is how I do it. I fold it like I call this like a hot dog. And I'm holding it in my hand like this. And that creates like a funnel. Then I squeeze the bag and I just put in the leftover. And your coffee filter is usually pretty clean. If not, I just take it off to the side and tap it with my hand, you know, slap at it with my hand like that to get the rest off. That way then when you use it again, you won't contaminate anything. So let's return this. You just want to corral everything up. Get your little hot dog shape. And pour in the glitter. And as you can see, we did not use that much glitter. That's the wonderful thing about ultrafine. See, I've got a bit more in here, but again, I'm going to slap it to get it clean, okay? Then I'll clean off my table after that. Okay, this is the summer sky I'm going to return. Get everything all kind of together. You do a little tapping motion to make sure everything's out. Close up the glitter. And your glitter bags will be labeled so you will know what each one is called if you want to get any more. All right, so the one thing that we haven't done since we put this glitter on was to burnish down and bring to life this heather color in the middle. So again, look at the change. Look at the change. It's just beautiful. That's the one thing I love about these glitters. They are so gorgeous. And you're going to take your anti-static brush and brush away all the excess, whatever wasn't supposed to be here, won't be here. So I'm going to take my big one and get this off of here. How do you like the smiley face the boss put on there? That's supposed to let me know I'm in center view. All right, so now we can take our sheet of stickers. That's the next thing we're going to do. So bring in your sheet of stickers, and I'm going to show you this one, and I'm going to show you this one. You'll see that I have one of the semi-large ones, which is this one right here, down here. Then there is a medium size, well, it's right there, a medium size that I put there. And then over here, there's some little ones, and that's what I put there. Now on this one, you can see the difference. I put the big one, the medium, and the little, where here I put the big, the medium, and the little. So it's up to you how you would like to have your stickers on your layer. So we're going to take a pokey tool, or you can use your fingers. And I am going to get the larger one and just slowly pull it off. Then what I do is with stickers, I like to lick my finger, and then the sticker won't stick to my finger, okay? It doesn't harm the sticker, it will still stick. Then sometimes what I like to do is press it on my pokey tool. This way then I have all the ability to guide this however I want, okay? Then I just roll the stick and it comes off, all right? So there's one placed. Now we're going to go to this medium-sized one. We're going to slowly pull that one off. If you get any of the, what I call chads left, you can take them out after you put them down or before. It's all up to you. So now because this one's going this way, I want to put this one this way. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to get one of the little ones. Yeah, come on. There we go. And I'm going to place that up here. Okay. So now we have that all put together. So you can take your sticker sheet and put it aside. Now what you want to do is to get your colors of markers. They have to be water-based markers. They cannot be permanent because they will not blend. And then I have a blender pen, a Tombow blender pen. And this is what they look like when they're brand new. But don't worry, as you use it, it's going to get tinted by all the colors that you use. And I'm going to show you that every time that you take out your blender pen once you've used it, consider it's dirty. And you see that I'm not going like this. That will break down the tip. Is I just roll it along and there's no color. So it doesn't matter that that is pink. Nothing is going to come on to my card. And I don't sit here a long time with anything uncovered, whether it's a marker or a blender. I do not leave it uncovered. Now, what you're going to want is the ability to blend your colors. So I'm going to have this to the side so that I can clean off my marker. So you do want to be able to clean off your blender pen, not your marker, your blender pen, because sometimes you will have picked up too much and you want it lighter. So then I just brush it on here to remove some color, and I'll kind of show you as we go along. We're going to use this. This is a non-porous surface. This is one of our pieces of glitter film, our scrap pieces. You could also use an acrylic block. You could use an acrylic block, and then what I would do is with an acrylic block, I scribble there. Now you notice I'm using the side of the marker, not the tip. I'm using the side of the marker. So that's what you do if you're using an acrylic block. We're going to use this. And so again, I'm just going to scribble some color on. And you'll always want to test, because you would be surprised when you look at this, you go, how did that become this? When you're blending, you're lightening the shade. And so you want to test to see if that is going to be the light color that you wanted. Okay. So I'm going to pick up a little bit of this and I just touch it on here. And I go, well, that's nice. So you don't want to keep going into all this heavy stuff, because that's where the saturated ink is. So we're going to start here on the bigger. Let me move the markers out of the way. Okay, I think I'm right here in the middle now. Let's turn this so I can just see myself going, oh, right into the green. All right, so I'm going to get some fuchsia on here. And what I do is I think about shading and I go, okay, it's dark here towards the center, so I make sure that's there. Then I clean off a little bit and I carry the rest out. Okay, and then if I go, well, I want it a little bit darker there, I just add a little bit more. All right, so I'm picking up some more. And I'm doing this, and then you can do like a little brushing stroke if you can see that I'm kind of doing that with a little flick. Okay, so let's see, what else do I want to have? Pink. Maybe I'll do this one. And then I'll come over here on this side. When you know you have it pretty light, you can color in the rest and then just go back and darken the inside part. See, like maybe I want to add some more dark here, because it dries a little bit lighter as you're going. Okay. So now I got to figure out what else would I like to have. Pink. Let's see. I think I'm going to do this right here. So I'm bringing in a darker here and then maybe rubbing a little bit away because it's a small area. Now remember, this is cardstock. It dries quickly. You can't do a whole bunch of spaces all at once. You have to just work little bits at a time, because once it dries and makes a mark, that's there. There's no getting around it. Okay? So let's go over here. I did that one. Now I'm going to do this one. And I'm bringing the dark in, taking a little bit off, and coloring the rest. And maybe I want to get into this, because this is usually very light right here. And I'm like, that was a little too light. All right, now I want a little bit of dark. So I went into a spot that looks darker. There we go. And I do like a dot thing sometimes when I feel like there's a line. So you just take your tip and you just kind of go like this to kind of blend the two, the lighter and the darker. All right, so now let's do this one right here. So I'm just doing this and then I bring this in. Now I want to bring a little bit darker here. Then I'm going to come over here. I'm a little ways away from this, so I'm having trouble seeing. But I want you all to see how I do this. Now, it's going to take some time, but you're going to get this down. I am getting better and better as the time goes by. I am getting much better at this blending. And I am not an artist. All right, what else do we want pink? Let's do this one. Get a little darker and just touch there. You know, I'm not hardly even doing anything. I'm going into the darker and I'm just barely applying. It's probably kind of good that I'm a lefty and I hold this at a slant because then you can see how I'm doing this. Now, if you want, you can just directly take your marker and just color it in. That's all up to you. Let's see what else. I think I am going to color the eyes pink, but I'm going to go directly from the marker. Okay, and this does have two tips, these markers, which are great, especially for scrapbooking and everything. It's wonderful. So I'm moving my paper. Hope I'm still in view. All right, so now I'm going to switch colors. So when you switch colors, and you're going to do this on and off, you just get on there and you see I don't have any color coming off. So I'm going to turn this around and you have my green facing. And I'm going to touch into that and I'm going to test here. So I'm going to start with the body. Bring a little color down there, but I want it nice and dark. I might want this to be really dark. Yeah, I think I want that really dark. All right, so I'm going to come out here with some green, and you see I'm doing like some brush strokes. And it's always nice to put a little bit of a light coat and then come in and bring in your dark. Always start back where the darkest is so that you don't surprise. Now, once this is clean, you can bring it back and you can bring back some of the dark. Sometimes what I'll do is if I have a light amount, the items I want green, since how there's hardly anything on here, I will color all the parts I want green. Then I'll go in and put in all the dark shaded areas. Okay? So now I'm going to get into some dark. I'm going to start here. Bring it out. I hope all of you are at least giving this a try and understanding that it's going to take a little bit of time unless you're a fine art trained student. Then you got this like in the bag, and I am not that. So again, I'm bringing the dark in. Then I'm cleaning this off. Then I'm going to kind of see about blending a little. All right. Oh, I missed one. Hey, everybody's saying, Sharon, you missed one. Oh, you don't know my name is Sharon. Okay, so let's bring a little dark in here. And sometimes I'll go back over it because, like I say, they dry lighter than you started with. Okay? So sometimes I go back in and go, wow, I want that dark, dark, dark. So I'll just go back in and add some. All right, so if you can let that one go, then I move up here to this next larger one. And I am going to blend these top two with both colors, just to show you how you can bring them in. So I'm cleaning off the tip, and I am going to start with the green. And I am going to just flick a little bit of green. Then I'm going to clean off the tip, and I'm going to get some burgundy, but I'm going to test it, or fuchsia. And I'm going to come it this way. And then they both will blend together. And they both blend together. So maybe you want the green just a little bit darker there. Bring it in to the fuchsia. Okay. So the other ones, I am just going to do regular, like we were before, but I just wanted to show you how you can take the two colors and blend them together on the top. We'll probably do that on this little one again, so that you'll get to do it again. So I'm going to make sure that I have a clean marker or blender. I'm going to turn this around so that I'm into the fuchsia. And I think I'm going to, these are very tiny, so I'm barely putting any pressure or any color on. And then I'm going to brush it off and then bring it out. Okay. So I'm going to grab a little bit. You see I'm running down. I'm even going right over the sticker, the silver sticker itself, and that's not a problem. It does not color it at all. So you see how now it's blended dark in the center, lighter as you go out. So let's do this one. Okay, get a little bit darker. Clean it off a little. Oops, I had a lot more on there than I thought. Okay, so we got to bring a little bit more darkness in there. So until you're happy, I mean, this is your project. If you're happy with it, then stop whenever. So just remember to clean off your tip. If you have one like this, or if you're using water, you would probably have a little bit more difficulty. Plus, this is cardstock, so I don't recommend water. But you might have a Dove blender, something like that. So, whoops, I got to test. Let's put some color on. Test and make sure. Okay, so let's do the body. This, this. Getting into the lighter, this, and this. Okay, so now we're going to add our darkening tones. I'm definitely going to color that deep, almost like I could take the marker and color it. Then I'm just going to add little bits to the edges, just little bits. Ooh, that one was a little bit much. Let's clean this off and then see if I can drag a little bit of that back. Probably not going to be able to. Well, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, perfection is only found in heaven. All right, so we now have finished 2 of the dragonflies. I hope you're enjoying this particular coloring technique. Now we're going to do the small dragonfly. I'm bringing this in. I'm trying to keep in view. Make sure I'm in view. You see, I haven't even added color to this palette that I'm using. It's pretty much still right there on the surface. If you need to, you can reapply, but these are such small openings that you don't need any more. Okay, so let's do the fuchsia on the tips. Okay, let me see. I want to make sure that you're seeing everything I'm doing. See, I'm not going in too far because I want the 2 to blend. And I am going to get a darker part and I'm coloring the center really dark pink. Cleaning that off a little bit. Now I'm going to go into the green. And that's okay. So I'm going to come from this side and meet up with the pink. Or the fuchsia. It does end up looking like pink, but it is a fuchsia color. I mean, you look at this and you look at this, you would never have expected it. So always test your markers. Oops. Boy, it's bad when you're talking and doing. I just stuck that in the fuchsia. And I wanted it in the green. But at least I caught myself. Okay, so now maybe I want to come back and darken the tips a little. This is all your personal preference. It isn't one only way. Like I say, I did one where I colored in straight with the markers. I didn't even blend. And it still looked nice. So there you have it. Now what you want to do is look it over. And if you find that this is too light here, then you just add a little bit more of that color. If you think it's not dark enough. Like I say, they dry lighter than, you see how much different it's making, how much difference it's making when I'm doing this. So you may want to do that. I'm barely getting into the openings. So let's go ahead and do it down here too. I'm just kind of like tapping a little bit. Not hardly moving it at all. Now, let's see if I'm going to mess this up. Clean it off. Do a little blend. There. All that coloring is done. And we barely used the ink with this blender pen. So remember to put the caps back on. That's vitally important. I must have something on mine. Sorry about that, everybody. I have something on here. Probably I did it. So there's your front of your card. Now you're going to take your card base. Your card base. And you'll see one side has a humped up part and one side is dented in. So this is kind of called a valley and this is called a mountain. So my phrase is to go over the mountain. And then if you have a bone folder, but if you don't, you can take the edge of scissors and you can crease this, burnish this to where the crease is really nice and flat. Now, we're going to assemble this to our card. So I'm going to turn this sideways, and it doesn't matter which tape you use. I'll go ahead and use the 3/8 inch tape. So you're going to put it down here. Oops, make sure I'm in the middle. Down here. You're going to bring it all the way along. It has to be one full piece. And then you can either cut this with scissors or just tear it with your finger. As you can see, this end was torn. So now I'm just going what I call around the clock. So now I'm going here, and you do not overlap. If you can see that, you don't overlap, and you don't run off the card front or the card edges. Okay, and we're going around this way. We're not overlapping. You can even have it this far apart. It really doesn't matter. I'm teaching you this technique, and I will teach it with every class that Stamp On It does. I will be teaching you this, and I would love it if everyone would at least give this a try. I've had so many rave reviews on this technique of putting your card together. All right, so you want to burnish down all your tape. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to pick a corner. Doesn't matter which corner you pick. And you're going to pull back just a little bit. You know, inch. And if you want, you can even fold it over that way. Okay? You see it's at an angle. Then you go right beside that one and you do the same thing. You fold it back and you pinch. Okay? These end up looking like flags. Now you're going to go to the opposite corner. The opposite corner, and you're going to do the same thing. So now you see that we only have 2 corners exposed. Okay? I am just going to lay that, flop it right on my card. And look, it doesn't stick. This tape acts like, these little flags act like little feet that keep it raised up where the tape is exposed. So you do not want to touch these 2 corners until you feel you have everything positioned correctly. So you can set it down or hold it in your hand. It's all up to you. You just kind of look around and see if it looks pretty good. Then, without moving these fingers that is holding it in place, bring another one down and press. And then you can move one of them once you've got this one down. Then what you do is you just pull your strip. Pull that strip. Lay it down and pull that strip. And there, your card is assembled. Now, something that you might want to do, and I want to show you here, is you might want to put a little 1/8 inch strip on the inside and put some glitter on that. Maybe we'll do that right here. So I'm going to bring back my heather, I think, because that's what I put in the center. And I'm going to bring back my 1/8 inch double stick tape roll and 1 coffee filter. So let's first put the tape down. So I have it opened up. I'm taking the tape, and again, I'm going to grab more than I need. As a matter of fact, there's something on this one. I've got to tear off a piece back here farther. So I have something on the edge. And that's because I use this tape all over the place. Okay, so again, you see I'm holding my fingers and I'm holding it down. And you can decide how far in you want to go. Tear that off. And then we're going to cut off the excess again. Oops. That's not what I want that to do. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to burnish this down. Then I'm going to take my heather and my spoon. I'm going to pour a little bit back in there. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm working, I can lose something so easily on my table. Okay, so we have the heather. I'm trying to get all of this in view. Let's put the heather right up on here, I think. Okay, I think you can see that. I'm going to bend this back a little bit so it's not causing a problem. All right, so now what I'm going to do is remove the backing. You can use your fingernail or a pokey tool. And I'm going to take that off. I'm going to take the spoon, and I am going to pick this up because I want to be over the coffee filter. You want to do this over the coffee filter, and then I'm just pouring the glitter on and letting it run down. Pick up some more. Turn this around. Just shake that on down. Like I said, it doesn't take much. Then you're going to take your anti-static brush. You're going to clean your spoon. You're going to brush this, and you can brush it in here because this has only one color on here. So you can brush this right back into this coffee filter because there is no chance of contamination. Okay, now we want to, like I say, bring this to life and burnish and embed the glitter into the tape. So we're going to rub. It's from the heat of our fingers and the rubbing that just brings it all to life. I think you can see the difference between this side and this side. And again, brush it again. So now there's something fun and interesting for the person that's receiving this card. On the inside, they also have something pretty. Okay? All right, so let's put this glitter back in its pouch again, back in its little bag. I want to show you, and now you have your envelope, so when you're ready to mail it, you can use the envelope and address it and send it off. But I hope that you enjoyed this. I want to show you one where I didn't blend at all. Let's see if I can bring these right by each other. This is the blended. You can see all the colors in there, all of them. I don't know how well, but I'm hoping you can see all the colors and see it on your own project. But here's where I only used the heather and the mermaid. And so I did the heather and then I peeled this off and did mermaid. So if you don't like this blended look, you can just do plain. And every time you blend, it will not look the same. Every blended piece will not look the same because here's now 3 blended pieces. They don't look alike. This one ends up with a lot more green in it, and you know, you can't control what's going to happen. Well, I hope that you have enjoyed this class and will think about taking more in the future. So we sure enjoy having you with us, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Hi everybody, this is Debbie from Stamp On It, and you have just finished doing one of our projects. You did the thank you vertical card, the Slimline card with the glitter border, working with our adhesive and applying glitter to it to create beautiful borders. This is the card. It will look something like this if you did it like this, and creating a border even on the inside if you want to. It was using our adhesive on a roll. We have it in several different widths on the website. This adhesive is a really good high-end adhesive. It sticks to glass, plastic, metal, even fabric. It can be used in unique ways that way. Hi everybody, Debbie from Stamp On It. This is just a quick follow-up video to the project you just worked on with us. If your project, if you made it through the project, it'll look something like this, various versions. And you worked with our adhesive, and that's one of the things I want to talk about today, and just on this quick video follow-up, is working with our adhesives. It comes on rolls in widths on our website, but we also sell it on a sheet. In a sheet format. This is already cut down, and I apologize. It's more like this size when you purchase it on our website. It comes in packs of 5 sheets, but I, oddly enough, was waiting for our shipment to arrive, and we haven't gotten the full sheets in, so I'm just going to use a partial cut piece of it. On one side of our adhesive sheet is cardstock with a graph, so you can graph lines, so you can use it, cut it straight, work it that way. On the other side is a carrier paper. And today I am going to show you how to create a beautiful background. And this one already has our art acetate layered over it, but we're going to create the background in here, back behind this acetate, using embossing powders, gold leafing, glitters. We have a full line of the 𝐒𝐿 glitters on our website. And we have glitters and embossing powders that coordinate. So for example, this is squash blossom embossing powder. We also have it in 3 different finishes of embossing powder, but we also carry it in a glitter format. So you can get a coordinating or matching color in glitter on our site. And our glitters come in different finishes as well. Today we are working with embossing powder squash blossom tapestry finish, embossing powder tapestry finish eggplant. We are working with our gold leaf silver and silver ultrafine glitter glitz. All right. So without further ado, let's move forward. So first of all, we're going to remove the carrier paper. Now, for some of you, this might be the most challenging part of the project. The carrier paper is thinner than the cardstock on the back. So what I'm going to do is choose to pull the carrier sheet off so that my layer is a little bit more rigid that I'm working with. All right. Now here's where you may want to work with just a little tool to hold your layer if you want, in case it sticks to your fingers. Save the carrier paper. All right. I'm going to move fairly quickly through this because I don't want to waste time and not show you the whole project. I forgot I want to put down a piece of cardstock, just scrap paper, cardstock, whatever, to catch my pieces, my trash that falls around it. And that way I can just clean my surface. You can save that, but in essence of time, I'm just going to clean the surface and dump it into my garbage next to me here. So first of all, we're going to work with, the first one will be a little bit of leafing. So I'm going to take my leafing, and one of the things you don't want to do is breathe heavily when you're working with leafing, and you can just tear it apart, let it fall randomly to the surface, big pieces, little pieces, because we're just creating a background with no particular pattern for this one. All right, and it's going to stick a little bit to your fingers, depending on how much leafing. And once you do this technique once, you'll get a gist of it, and then in the future you'll say, okay, I want less leafing or more leafing, that type of thing. And I forgot to grab my tweezer, but you can, if you get too much in an area to a point until you burnish it down, you can pick it up, move it around. All right, but we're just going to go with about that much. I'll just break up a couple more pieces here. Like I said, once you do this project once, you'll get a really good idea of how you want it to look and how much of each product to put down. All right, now we're going to take our carrier paper and just lay it on there and just press down. And that will adhere that leafing to the surface, so it is now stuck. Okay, all right, set our leafing aside. Now we're going to work with our first color, and I think I'm going to start with a little bit of the eggplant. This is embossing powder. We are not going to heat it. We are using it just as a texture and a finish. So we're going to do the tap tap technique that we were taught by Janelle from 𝐒𝐿𝐧𝐥𝐢𝐧𝐞. Some of you may remember if you've been going to shows a lot. We purchased their company, 𝐒𝐿𝐧𝐥𝐢𝐧𝐿, from them quite a few years ago when they retired. So what she taught was to put your embossing powder, your powders, on your tip of your mini spoon. And by the way, all the products I'm using we do have on our website, so if you're looking for it, go to our website. The embossing powder on the tip of your spoon, bring it up quite high and tap, and don't put a lot of powder on your spoon. You don't need a lot. A little goes a long way. Less is better because you have better control over it. By keeping my spoon up higher, it's going to spread it out very evenly, kind of just salt and pepper shaker it down to the surface. Tap very lightly. Move your spoon around. If you want to target a certain area with a little bit more color, bring your spoon down a little lower. Tap, tap, tap. Okay. All right. Once you've put that color on and you like kind of what you're seeing, we're going to go to our next color. And next one is the squash blossom. Again, tapestry finish. This is kind of more of a natural finish. One of the finishes of our embossing powder has glitter in it, so it's really cool. It sparkles too. Again, keep your spoon up. Tap, tap, tap. I love this squash blossom, so I'm going to add a little bit more of this to my finish. And you can go back and add more of the other ones if you want to. Don't overdo with any one color to start with, because once you put down one of the colors or one of the items, whether it's leafing or powder, glitter, you can't go back and put something else there because the adhesive is now gone, used up. So keep that in mind as you are applying your colors. I love this blue. Kind of a turquoise actually. Bringing it down a little bit just to target some areas that I need a little more color on. Pick up a little bit more on my spoon. Notice I'm only getting some on the tip of the spoon. It gives you a lot more control that way. And again, just keep tapping until you like what you see. All right. Now if you want to save the color in between, once you apply a color, pick your piece up and tap it off into a container or whatever to save that color. Because like now I have both of these in here, so I have a mix, which I can still keep. We call that a sludge pot, where we just keep all of our leftovers in a pot and we create beautiful backgrounds of the same technique with the sludge. And that's really cool too. But I'm not going to be saving this because in essence of time, we're going to move on to our glitter. This is going to add a little silver sparkle to our finish. And again, tap off the extra in your container before you go to your surface. And I'm not going to do a lot of glitter just because of the finish that I want to get. I want to get more of a natural than a shimmery finish, but I do want a little sparkle. Got to have a little sparkle in your life. So tap, tap, tap. All right. Now we're going to go back and I'm just going to add a little more eggplant. And your goal is to completely cover your layer. Now one of the things you can do if you want some areas to be just more of a natural white or whatever color your background is, you can just use a clear embossing powder too. And don't heat it again, just use it as a finish texture. And we're going to put a little more of this on. And again, we're getting closer to the end of it not being sticky anymore because everything is covered. Now we're going to take and use this as a burnishing paper. We're going to burnish over the complete layer. And the goal is to not have any sticky showing when you are done. So if you still have some sticky, you want to go back and apply more color. Okay. Just burnish, burnish, burnish all over. What this is doing is pressing to the adhesive surface all of the powders that I have on here so that there's no area sticky. And they're not going to fall off. With our adhesive, once you burnish this down, this is not coming off. This is not going to be peeling off. And our adhesive sticks to glass, plastic, candles, wax surfaces, unusual surfaces, metal, things like that. So you can do a lot of interesting projects with our adhesive. All right, we also have an adhesive on our website called Wonderfilm, which is in the PK Glitz line also, and that is a really high-end adhesive, and it also sticks to fabric and is light washable. I hand wash if I use it. I want to apply something, I die cut it, put it to the surface of the fabric, burnish it down, peel off the carrier, put your glitters or embossing powders on, and then you want to hand wash pretty much. It's really cool. All right, so we burnished this down. We're going to take this piece now and we're going to clean it off with our anti-static brush. Sharon was using that as well. And if you feel anything that's sticky, make sure you go back and apply some more glitter or, you know, whatever color you want to see more of, or leafing. If you got any on the back side, you can clean it up with it. This brush is fantastic. It removes all the little residue that's left, cleans it up, makes it look absolutely stunning. All right, so once you have that done, and you can take this and tap it off in your garbage off to the side, just to clean off anything that might stick. Now is when I take this sheet away and I can tap it into my sludge pot or my trash so that when I bring it back, I have it, oops, be careful you don't make waves around your leafing. When you take the lid off from this or take it out of the baggie, make sure you're not breathing or got a fan on, because it'll blow away. It's a wonderful product, but it does have a mind of its own sometimes. All right, so now we have created this absolutely stunning background. Check it out with all the different textures. We have the leafing, we have the powders, embossing powders. We have a little bit of shimmer with the glitter. Is that not stunning? That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, we could use it as is. We could die cut it, whatever we wanted to do with it, because once you peel this off, it becomes a adhesive back again, or you can use it as is, layer it down. That's what we do a lot of times because we have a line of art acetate. And here's, I'm just going to show you 3 different sheets. This was randomly picked. We have hundreds of them on our website. I'm going to show you some samples made with our wild animals. And these are great for kids cards, guy cards, masculine, really, really cool. That's Wild Animals 1 and 2. The actual one that I am going to cut up and I'm going to show you with this particular background is our lighthouse, one of my favorites. Okay, this is a full sheet how it comes, 2 sheets in a package. You can cut this with a scissor, you can cut it with a trimmer, very easily cut, no big deal. You don't need to have a high school even education. Now, once I've cut it, this is the lighthouse, all right? It looks like this. What I'm going to do is layer it onto my background like that. How stunning is that? Absolutely gorgeous. If I can pick that up and show you, I'll just roll it a little bit so you can see it from different angles. And like I said, now is when you look at it and you go, okay, I put too much of the blue, I put too much of the purple, or I want to put more of a color here. You can actually, when you're creating this, look at your image, lay it side by side and say, okay, I want to add more of one color here. Bring your spoon down lower and tap, tap, tap in that area. And you will actually create, for example, if you wanted to create this area in a different color, you could do that. Now remember, it's not going to be to the line, but it is a background, but it will give that shadow of the color that you want there. So, okay, that is working with our adhesive, double-sided adhesive on the sheet, by the sheet, cut it up to the size you want to work with, creating backgrounds, creating texture, creating not necessarily an embossed heated embossed finish, but creating gorgeous backgrounds with products that you would, normally you use embossing powder to heat it. And in this case, if you could feel this, it is so yummy. It's just a great background. All right, I'm going to quickly show you some samples and then we got to sign off. This is some of our wild animals cut up. All right, and here is the lighthouse finished. And here is the same lighthouse, and only you can see they used more of the eggplant. Okay, just a different look using same products. All right, here is the lion off the wild animals, and that is just using embossing powder and a little bit of glitter in the background. This one is again off the wild animals, and let's see if I can grab this one just to show you very quickly before our time is up here. And the elephant. Just creating backgrounds using products you may already have, but like I said, we have hundreds of colors on our website. These samples will be on our website. You'll be able to click on the color and see them. Check it out. We'd love to have you be creative. Get creative and create some backgrounds and put some acetates over top. All right. So just want to thank you for joining us in our project, but also with our little demo here. And if you go to our website at www.stamponit.net, you can sign up for our email. We do have videos on our website. We have emailings going out. Not a lot. We do not inundate you with junk email. We really try not to do that. We will send out notices of sales, new techniques, ideas, we're just things like that. So sign up and enjoy it. We also have a Facebook page. You can click on that off our website also, and a blog. So we'd love to have you join us. And also, before I sign out, don't forget to use the coupon code MMTE SLIM15. I'm sure they're going to flash it up on the screen when I'm done here. So enjoy, ladies. We'd love to have you check out our website. Thank you. Signing off from Stamp On It.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Miss Debbie from Stamp On It, and more great techniques. And we used red rubber again,
yes,
like in our last segment as well. So Debbie always has great tips and tricks as well. You get, gosh, this kit was all full of goodies, I'll tell you. But using the double-sided tape to make your glitter line. I mean, how simple is that? Right. And you can do different sizes, of the tape, and you could put stripes on it. But I love that technique. The other thing that with red rubber that I like that she shared is when you do use red rubber stamps, you're stamping, you're not rocking, so you don't want to sit there with any stamp, sit there and rock, because it's a stamp, you're stamping, you're not rocking. And because when you stamp this, when you're stamping this, you want to make sure that you just stamp straight, because if you would get any ink on the outside, if you rock it, it's going to leave a mark. So I thought that was really a great technique. And she was using the different markers and things, and how to using watercolor. You have to use, or water-based markers, and when you're doing it, if you think it's drying out, you give it a huff. And that brings it out. Yep. So I love that. And then her other technique that she shows is these stickers, which are beautiful stickers. And, she used a couple on the project, but you get a whole, gosh, you're going to get tons of projects out of this too, is using these stickers, and you just wet your finger a little bit and you can handle the sticker, and it doesn't stick to your finger.
Oh.
But that's why you want to wet it a little bit, but it doesn't take away the adhesive. So when you put it on your project, it still adheres. So love all the great techniques that she showed this time, and a beautiful card as well. Love butterflies.
I know
as well. So thank you for a wonderful project and more great tips and techniques for sure.
Right. I love also that this kit comes, like you were saying, with so much adhesive left over for like a ton of other projects. Still on that outline sticker sheet, there's still so many other things that are left that you can make, different things like we were talking about. You could add this to your planner. You could add it to a scrapbook layout, more cards.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what's so nice about these Mega Make and Takes, is that you can have the supplies to make more and more and more and more.
More ideas, and you have a template if you want to, reproduce something
exactly.
as well.
So I went on the website, and they have so many neat things. They have acrylic blocks. I love different acrylic blocks, just to stamp on and all those things.
And if I may, so one thing I did learn this is with the acrylic blocks is you want to try to use the proper size acrylic block when you're stamping. You don't want to put a little sentiment on a big stamp because you don't really have that control. So thank you, but I wanted to share that because I'd heard that actually about a year and a half ago in Chicago. So.
Yep. And that's important because that's why you want to look for the different sizes and different, so that you can fit that the perfect stamp size to the perfect acrylic block. They have adhesive sheets, different adhesive tapes. They have this really anti-static brush, which is really neat when you're working with glitters and stuff.
Yes.
And then also an anti-static powder. So that's really cool.
Yeah, that's a good thing too, for sure.
And then they have beautiful glitters. Oh my goodness. The glitters are just, the colors, there's so many. So it's new to me, and I know that it's not, a lot of people love them. And I used to see so many of you working on it at the show, but I never paid attention. But thanks to all of this now, and this is my new obsession, is these stamps that you can add glitters to and make glitter paper.
Exactly.
Which, you burnish it, and then it's gorgeous. Yeah. So there's different embossing powders. There are alphabet stickers, foam mounting tape rolls. There's that beautiful silver leafing, and then all kinds of different awesome outline stickers there for every occasion, every holiday.
Yeah, and they have all those beautiful colors too. And,
oh my goodness, yes.
The foil, I call them foil stickers. I don't know if that's the right word, but the really shiny stickers they have in the beautiful colors. So.
And I loved how Debbie was making she made another project, and she used the glitter, the embossing powders, some what is it called? I'm sorry, the silver leafing, and made a gorgeous background. Oh my God, I never thought about that. With just adhesive sheets, and then you make your own background. So amazing! There's all kinds of rubber stamps, of course. There's and then what was really neat too, Dave, is that there were these art acetates. They came in black prints and then also vintage hues. And so she made, using that adhesive sheet with the embossing powder and the glitters and the foil, and then she did that on the background, and then she added that art acetate in the front, and the card was just
popped out.
Yeah, beautiful. So you guys go to the website, stamp on it.
Yes.
And right now the show special is 15% off store-wide, free shipping on orders over $50 using the coupon code MMTE SLIM15 and save. This offer will be valid until March 1st. So that's awesome.
Very good. So everybody needs to stamp on it, right?
That's right.
So check them out. Thank you once again, Debbie, and Stamp on It. All right, everybody, it is time for Stamp Anything. So we'll be back shortly.
Hi everyone, this is Annie over at Stamp Anything, and today we're going to create this adorable Slimline card featuring 2 new stamps of Violet and Girls Just Want to Have Fun. I went ahead and I stamped them on my stamping paper in the size for my Slimline. And we're going to start with our image, and we're going to go ahead and just start coloring up our young girl. This is Violet, and we are using our 𝐒𝐬𝐴. And I am going to start laying down in the little shadow areas of her body part the darkest color with this 𝐒𝐿4. And you can see I'm just adding them into pretty much like the nooks and crannies and in the darker folds of where shadow would hit. And now I'm going to go in with my 𝐒11. And I'm going to go over the exact coloring that I just did with that 𝐒𝐿4 and then extend it just a little bit further to start blending the 2 colors together. And now I'm going to repeat with my 𝐒21, just going over the past 2 colors and extending out a little bit further. And this is just the whole technique you keep doing to keep building up your layers. Now we're going to follow up with our 𝐒00. Again, just going over what colors were already made and extending it out. And then our final color is our 𝐒000. And now we'll just fill in the rest of the area with this lightest color, blending all of the other layers together. Now I always like to go over and do my colors twice, just so I get a really enough contrast, especially in my shadow areas. So again, with my 𝐒𝐿4, laying down those darker areas. Back in with my 𝐒11. And then my 𝐒21. And you should be able to start seeing that the second layer blends a lot better than the one you had when you just did the 1 layer. Your colors will look more vibrant. The blend is going to be more smooth. And now back with our 𝐒00. And then finishing it off with our 𝐒000. And then we have the body of our little girl all completed. And now we're going to do just a little adding of the shadow areas because I really want the indent on her little knee to pop a little bit more. So I'm just adding and blending it out to get that little indentation. And just doing that second layer with those darker colors. Now we're going to go ahead and we'll start on her face. So the same color combination. It is our 𝐒04. Again, first layer, layering in where we want our darkest shadows to be. So I'm going to go on the underside of her hairline because that's where the shadow would fall. And a little bit down the sides of her face. Don't forget to get her little ears done. And now we're going to go in with our 𝐒11. And again, just go over those same exact lines that you just laid down and extending it out just a little bit further to start getting those blends to go and work. And I also now start to do the round area of my eye, just so I can start building in that circle around her eye with the layers. Now our 𝐒𝐿, again, over what you've already done, extending it out a little bit further. And again, going around the eyes to start softening that line as well. Now our 𝐒𝐿, just blending where the last color was, fanning it out so it starts getting smoother. And now we're going to add in our cheek color. So with our R22, I'm just going to go from the upper eyelash to the sides of her little cheek area, to like where the top of your cheekbone would be. And then I go in with my R21, and this is when I start to go around the bottom rim of that eye and around the cheeks to add the color of her little cheeks. And go slowly around that eye so you can keep that white area around her eye as close as possible as you can. You can always clean that up with your colorless blender. And now to soften those edges, you go back with your 𝐒𝐿 and you're just going to fan out that R21 so the blend is smooth. And also connect the two parts of the eye from the top and the bottom to get that circle complete. And now you're going to go in with your 𝐒𝐿 and just fill in the rest of her area. Again, that's only one coat, so it's not going to be as smooth. So we do the same process and we just repeat everything all over again. So our 𝐒𝐿 on the little ears and under that hairline. And the reason we do the 2 layers is now your paper is going to be saturated with the ink. So now that you lay in your second layer, the blend is going to be easier to blend because the paper is going to absorb the ink much better. And it also kicks up the color another layer because you're adding 2 layers of the same colors. So here's your 𝐒11, just going over those 𝐒04s like we did in the first layer. Now we're going to go and grab our 𝐒21. Again, just repeat, extending out further as you go, blending that rim of the eye, and now back to our cheeks again. So our R22, just on the top area of the cheeks, the highest part, and then fanning it out. Going to grab that R21 and again slowly going around the bottom rim of the eye and fanning it out towards the center of her face. Now we're going to grab our 𝐒𝐿 and we're going to blend our skin on the top, connect the top eye to the bottom eye, and fan out the peak in her cheeks. And then lastly, our 𝐒𝐿, just connecting everything together and softening all the blends. And there you have your little girl and her cute skin. Okay, so now we're going to move on and we're going to start her hair. So I have 𝐒𝐒𝐿, and I am just going to make from the roots and the corners of her hair a couple little straggles of lines coming out where the darkest part of her hair is going to overlap, and in the dark root areas and the bottom tips of her hair. And you just want to follow the curves of the lines that are already drawn in for you, so you know the direction of how her hair is falling. And again, this is with your 𝐒𝐿, and you're just making short little straggle stroke marks in there to start the color. Then we're going in with our 𝐒𝐿, and I'm just going on top of the lines I already made and extending them out a little bit further, now flicking a little bit more towards the center. And you go over the lines that you already drew or colored in there, because this will now lighten and soften up the hardness of the line. So your blend will be smoother and more cohesive with your colors. Now I'm going to go in with 𝐒𝐿, and same thing, going over the colors I've already laid down, and you can start to see a variation of all the different shades of the brown in this hair, with the light and the dark and the medium. Now I'm going to take some 𝐲𝐢𝐿 to add some highlight burst of color, and I'm just going to do this on the edge, but I am going to have it very sparingly go through the whole length of the hair. And this is just going to give it a little bit extra kick and color variation with a little bit of a highlight. And now I'll take my 𝐒𝐿, and I'm actually just going to color in the whole entire area, filling in any areas that might have been left white that were not colored in. And then this is also going to soften all of the edges of your other color blends. And now I'm going to take that 𝐒𝐿 and start the same process again on the next section of her hair, in the dark areas where the roots would be, and in the undersides of any of the hairs. So this little area behind her ear, and then back with our 𝐒𝐿, going over the same lines you just made, but extending them further towards the center. And then your 𝐒𝐿, same process. Again, just now going even further towards the center. So you can see the dark going into the medium, going into the light. Now we're going to take that 𝐲𝐢𝐿 just to amp up the color a little bit, adding a little bit more depth and variation with our tone. And now we will take that 𝐒𝐿, and again going over any areas that were left uncolored, so the white was showing through, and softening up any of the hard edges of our darker colors. Now I'm going to go back with 𝐒𝐿 to just darken up, to really make a contrast in the edges of her hair. And you are going to lightly flick towards the center so that when you're flicking towards the center and you're lifting up at the edge, it's a fine flick action, so it's not a thick line that you're leaving there. And then my 𝐒𝐒3 going over and just smoothing it all out. And now you can see from the one section of her hair to the other how that just kicks it up a notch with more variation and depth in the coloring. So again, that 𝐒𝐬𝐿9, you're just flicking, and I flick away from myself better than I flick towards myself because I get that finer line when I'm lifting the marker away from myself as opposed to pulling it towards me. Some people work the opposite. They get a better flick pulling it towards them. So you just have to practice on a spare sheet of paper to see which flick direction you get that finer flick. There's no right or wrong way. It's just whatever way you have the better flick action. And then that 𝐒𝐒3 again, just to tie it together. Now I forgot this little section underneath the back of her head. So it's going to be a dark area anyways. So I'm just going to use the two colors just to do it quickly. Okay, so now we have to do the little curls of her pigtails. So we're going to start the process all over with our 𝐒𝐒3 and we're just going to go at the tops from the roots, a little squiggle down the center, and then all the way to the tip. And just again, follow the lines that are already drawn there for you so that you get the motion of the hair the way it's intended to be. And now we're going to use our 𝐒𝐒3 and we're going to go over the lines we just created all the way down. Now this is a much smaller section than the top part of her hair, so it's going to fill up a lot quicker with your markers, so don't get too heavy-handed because you still got to get all these colors in here. So now our 𝐒𝐒3, I'm just using it lightly, soften up some areas. Our 𝐲𝐢𝐿27, just to get that mid-tone in there, to start to punch up that color. And then our 𝐒𝐒31, to blend and smooth it all out and to fill in any areas that you might still have white showing. Okay. And now we're just going to grab that 𝐒𝐬𝐿9 and we're just going to darken up those roots, a little wiggle down the center, all the way to the tip, just to get that contrast color in there. And you can see the difference that it makes, so the hair doesn't look so flat if we didn't put it in there. And then our 𝐒𝐒3 and just gonna go over it to soften the line. And then we have our sweet little girl with her beautiful hair. So now we're going to move into our, do our tongue really quick. So I'm just going to fill that in with an R37. And then I just want to add a darker tone off to the right. So my R59, just to give a little variation in her tongue. And then back to that R37 just to blend it out. And now we're going to do her outfit, and we're also going to do her outfit in reds. So we're going to use our R59, and then her little pigtail bauble balls. I don't know what you call these things. I don't have daughters. I only have sons, but the little pigtail ornament things. We are just layering in our shadow areas with our R59. Then with our R37, you're going to go over those areas and start blending out. And now we're going to grab our R32, which is out of ink. So we're going to put that aside. You guys keep continuing either with your R32. I'm just going to go down to R22. Start adding that little bit of the contrast with the highlight coming in. And now my R30, R30, blending it out so that there's cute little highlights on each of the little baubles of these hair ties. I'm going to go over it again because these are more pink than red, and I want them more red. So I am going to go over it again, this time starting with that R37 because the R59 is already in there. And I'm just going to push more of the red color in there so less pink is showing. So you just see the pink more as a highlight on them as opposed to the full color. So now my R22 to blend out that R37. And then you can see how it's toning it down where now it's going to look more red. And this is what's great about coloring. And when you do your second layers, the things that didn't work the first time around, you still have time to change it. Mine just looked too pink and I didn't want it pink. I want her to be wearing a red outfit sitting on those green dollar bills. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our R59 and start her outfit. So we're going to start layering in our shadows. So we're going down the little the shadow area in her sleeves, and then onto the body part of her little shirt here, and then she's going to have a shadow above where her legs are covering her body, and then around that knee and underneath this little collar area. So that was our R59. Then we're taking our R37 and we are going over the lines we just created and extending it out further. Blending out that R59 so it's not so harsh. Then our R22. Start blending it more. Now because I went from the R30s down to an R22 because my 32, it was out of ink, I have to work it a little bit more than if I used my 32. So if you're using your 32, your blend will be smoother than what mine is appearing on camera. But you got to use what you got and make it work. So I had to use that 22. So as you can see, I have really hard lines right now because my blend from that 37 down to the 22 just was not working for me. So I'm just going to fix and cover up as much as I can and get less of that pink in there showing. That way I have a smaller area that I have to actually work my blend, and that'll fix my problem. And then just blend it all together with that R30. So you really just have to know your colors, what blends are going to work, and if you have to make a quick fix, how you can do so. And now we're just going to do her shoes really quick. And I'm just going to use that R59 on one side of it and then blend it into that R37. So her shoes does not have much area in it, but I try to get that little bit of a gradation of the dark into a lighter. So now we're going to start on the money, which is going to be some fun. And I chose to do some YGs as opposed to just my Gs because, you know, money is kind of like a sage type color green. It's not a forest green. So I wanted to use these duller greens. So I'm going to start with my 𝐲67. And I'm going to lay down where the money, the sides are. I'm going to lay down the bottom part of each stack of bills and up the side, like so. And I'm just going to go down the whole tower of money following this same pattern. So down that side of the money and then the bottom. And then, as you can see, some of the money is, it's not stacked completely straight. So these ones that are going in a little bit further are going to be a little bit darker on that side area. So we're going to do those darker in a little bit. So now we're going to take our 𝐲63 and we're going to start fanning out our 𝐲67 on those bills that were sticking out the furthest where the light hits it more, because those other ones are going to be tucked under, so they're going to need to be a little bit darker with not as much light hitting on them. So here's our 𝐲63. And now we're going to finish with our 𝐲61 and just color in and blend those side areas of our money. Now, if you don't have a really smooth blend, don't worry about it, because we're going to go back, because we're going to add lines to these stacks of bills to make it look like, you know, there's actually stacks of money in each of these individual stacks. So it doesn't need to be perfectly blended. If you want a smoother blend, you would go ahead and do the 2 layers like we did on her hair and her skin. But since I know I'm going to be covering it up, you don't necessarily have to do the 2 layers. So I'm just going to continue blending in the side of this money, just so it has that little bit of variation with the 3 markers that I chose. And now we're going to go and do the front sides of the bills. So back to that 𝐲67, and we're just going to start pulling down the side on the front of all of these bills. So just pull in the darkest color going towards your center of your bills. And let's see. That bill is sitting underneath the one on top of it. So we're just going to do the bottom a little bit darker because it would be getting hit with the shadow. And it's okay, you don't have to go crazy with a lot of details with all of the shading here, because the focus point is going to be your girl and her hair, which is where people's eyes usually tend to be drawn. So when you're doing that, you don't have to go crazy with details on other areas of your card, because the eye is going to naturally be drawn to certain areas. So now with that 𝐲63, we're just blending out and fanning out further towards the center of our stack of bills. And I'm basically doing the sides and then heavier down on the bottom edge. And that is so when I go with my 𝐲61, the top of the bill on the side of the bill, but the top side of the bill is actually going to be where the highlight is hitting with the light. I really should have been, I wasn't paying attention. I should have been coloring left to right, so my arm was not blocking what I was already coloring, and I apologize for that. I just was not thinking it through. I was more trying to make sure I was just on camera and I wasn't out of frame, but now I realize my hand is what is in the frame, so I apologize for that. Okay, so now we have that side of our money. And now we're going to do these stacks that are indented a little bit more. So they're going to be darker. So we're going to take that 𝐤𝐺67 and we're going to use that to color in the side of that whole stack right there. Because no light is hitting it, because it is underneath the overhangs of those other bills on top. Okay. And then now that we did the sides, we need to go and do the fronts of these bills. So we're just going to do the same site, pulling it down, but we're only going to use our 2 colors, I believe. We're going to see how that looks, just so that they stay darker than the other ones in front. And now your 𝐤𝐺63, and just color in and fill in the rest of that bill. And again, it's just a little detail that, you know, they're not all exactly the same color and highlighting in the same areas. It just adds more variation that some are darker than others. But it really shows up in the coloring that you took the time to do that little bit of a detail, as you can see, as opposed to just coloring it all the same. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the other side of the bills. So again, with that 𝐤𝐺67, because the light is all coming from the left to the right, the darker area, so we're going to continue that with the darker going into the lighter. So from the center of that money band, excuse me, the center of the money band down is where we're going to start with that 𝐤𝐺67. And just pulling it down towards the outer edge of the money. And then you're going to look for the ones that are a little bit darker, the ones that are hidden a little bit more, and just make them a little bit darker. So you can see I don't have them all ending with the same line of the gradation. And again, that's because that just adds a little bit of a detail that some have darker areas than other. So on those darker ones, we're just going to finish coloring the whole bill with that 𝐤𝐺63. And then on the other bills, we're just going to start blending that 𝐤𝐺63 out. And then we'll finish that up with our 𝐤𝐺61. And so here's the last color, the 𝐤𝐺61, and we're just going to blend out the whole rest of the front face of those bills. And you can really tell now in the coloring the variation of the colors on those bills. Again, I'm only doing the 1 layer. If you did this as 2 layers, they would blend even better. But I'm going to hide a lot of it with a colored pencil, which I'll show you in a little bit later, after we're done coloring more of the monies. But you can continue. You don't even have to add those details if you want, if you like it like this. I like how the light is hitting. Okay. Okay, and now with my 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡, I'm just going to go on the tops of the bills that are hanging over. It's such a small, narrow space. It didn't warrant trying to get detail in there. If you had a lot of patience and you wanted to do so, by all means you could. But again, it's such a small area that the detail would not show up. Your eye is not going to be drawn to those tops of those little dollar bills. It just isn't. It's a small area. So I am just going to color it all solid in my 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡. Now the very, very top bill, the one that she's sitting on, does have some of the surface area showing. So I'm just going to take that 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡 and I'm just going to color in the little bit of the design that I put on the dollar bill when I drew the stamp, which is those circles. And I'm actually, again, I am doing the 2 layers. I just waited a second before I added another just so that they were a little bit darker. And that's about all you're going to do on that money. Later on, we'll come in with that pencil. Now we're going to do the bands. So I'm going to use 𝐒37 and 𝐒31. Again, not a lot of details on these because it's not something that's going to pull your eye to them, but just enough to show you a variation. So with that 𝐒37, I am just going to go and draw a line on the outer edge of the left side of each band, like so. And I'm just going to go and continue this all the way down. So just hitting the left side on each band. Oh, forgot the one on top. Okay, and now I'm going to take that 𝐒31 and color in the rest of the band and blend that 𝐒37 out, just so it gives a little bit of a variation with some shadowing. But again, it's such a small piece of the stamp. It's not going to pull your eye to them, but it will add that more, a little bit of dimension and a little added detail that people will notice. And it just brings your coloring not to look so flat. And as you can see, it just adds a little bit of a 3-dimension to it with that darker brown going into the lighter. And I'm just running down with that 𝐒31 one more time just to get a better and smoother blend. And those are the outer edges of your money bands. Okay, now we're going to do the inside of our money bands. And I am going to be using some blues. So we have our B01. Don't mind my marker. I had a bad leak, as you can tell. And I'm just doing the B01 on the left side of the band, and then I'm going to go grab my B000, 4 zeros, and blend out that B01 into the white, so it just adds a very, very subtle blue hint to those bands. And then you can take your colorless blender and you just hit the sides to blend it so it looks like it's basically going into nothing. It just flows white into the white. Okay, so now it's piggy time. And I wanted not to do it in a bubblegum pink pig. I wanted to do it, since the greens were kind of a muted green, I wanted to do it a muted pink. So I'm using RV99, And I am just going to go on the sides and underside of those little feet. And then we're using our next color, RV95. And then RV93. And then we're going to finish it off with RV91. And it's a small area, and it probably doesn't read very pink at this time, but when we get to his body, it'll read more like a mauve-y type pink. And again, I just wanted to keep the whole muted color palette together instead of having a bright pink with it. So here's my RV99 again, and I am just now going to layer my darkest shadow area, and I'm not going to be putting a lot of it down, just up the one side of his body and the little part of his tail, and then on the one side of the ear where the light would hit it. And that's all I'm doing for my darkest, because it is going to be a little bit harder to blend out. So now I'm going to get my RV95. And I'm going to start blending out the shadow edge and getting the piggy to start getting colored. So we're just starting to get some of this color towards the center of the pig body. Now we'll take our RV93 and we're just going to start blending it out even further towards the center. These colors blend really, really well together, but like I said, it's a very, very muted mauve type color. And then our RV91. And you can always change the colors and use brighter greens for your money and a brighter pinks, and then when you even get to the coins you can use really bright yellows. But I just like the whole idea of the muted colors with her sitting on top being more vibrant in her coloring. So I'm just going over my pig. And that RV99, I'm just going to color in the slot, the money slot, and his eyeball. And then I'm just going to fan out a little bit more with the RV95. And then go back with the RV93. Just to get that smoother blend, and then the RV91, and just tie it all together. And there is our cute little piggy bank. Now we're going to do our coins. And I love doing gold because sparkle and gold can be a lot of fun. And you want to start with a dark color. And for me, it's E25. And I'm just layering down on the sides of these coins. And then on the parts of the coins that are under others, I'm going to go a little bit further. And you're probably like, why is she using brown on coins? Well, when you start using your yellows, they just blend really great. So here's your Y35, and you're going to start seeing, I don't know if it'll show up on camera as well as when you're doing it on your own paper, but just watch how this yellow changes the brown. It mutes it down, and then it comes like a darker yellow to a medium yellow, and now we're using our Y13 to fill in the rest of the coin. So you really get this great gradient of 3 shades of gold, even though your first color was a brown. It's not showing up on camera as well as I would have liked, but if you just did it in your coloring, we're going to do the next one with you. Once again, next tower coin. And you should be able to see this in your own coloring right in front of your eyes, how that brown turns into a beautiful muted gold. So the brown is just down the side, your Y35 is over the brown and then to the center of your coins, like so. So you went over your brown color, and then this Y13, you go over all of it, and it just makes this amazing gradient of gold. Now our last stack here, again with that E25, all the way down on the left side of your coins. Then your Y35, covering that E25 to the center of the coins. And then your Y13, covering all of it and blending it to get that beautiful gradation. And there is our card so far. Okay, so now we're going to do the stripes and the money. So you will need a super sharp colored pencil, which is what I'm going to use. But if you do not have a colored pencil, and make sure it's really sharp because you want a sharp point, you can also use like a fine point pen. And I've done this before as well, just with a regular black ballpoint pen. I love the zebra pen. It's got a great point on it if you get the fine point kind. And you're just going to start flicking in lines on your dollar bills. And they are not straight, and they are not from tip to tip. I mean, they don't even have to be perfectly on the edges. It's just to hint that there's stacks of money in each of these stacks. And the ones that are on the underside, you're going to add a little bit more pressure to your pencil so those lines come out a little bit darker than the ones on top. And now we need to do the front sides of our paper money here. So we're just going to continue with those lines. You can see you don't got to go all the way edge to edge. When you have a lighter highlight, you want to just go a little bit lighter. So you're going to control the pressure of your pencil. Some areas are going to be darker because they're in the shadow areas, and then some of them are going to be in the lighter areas, so you're going to use less pressure so it doesn't cover up all of your highlight. Now when I go on this side, because I am going from the lighter side to the darker, I'm just going to use a lighter pressure on all of this just in general, because I am hitting all of the light areas as opposed to on the other side of the tower, we were starting from the dark going into the light. Now we're going the light into the dark. So I'm just barely hitting my pencil. And you can see that this just adds a whole new level of detail to your coloring, and your eye actually focuses on the money more so now than if you had left it plain. And I just love little details like that in coloring. So now what I'm going to do is we are going to grab, oops, my paper trimmer really quick, because I am going to fix my other one that I cut and stamped onto my mat, which if you were prepped prior, you would have yours already done. And this is going to be on the inside of our card. And I just want to add some fun color to this as well, to those dollar bills. So we're just going to color in the $4 bills. with the same greens that we had, just so that when you open the card, there's a little funness in there as well. So let's get back our green markers. And we are going to start with our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸𝐿. And we are going to start, oops, okay, that was out of frame. We're going to start with the dark areas of the money. So this is a curved dollar bill. So the curve is going to have darker on it as the bill is curving. And then we're going to take our medium color, which is our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸, and finish coloring that outside of the dollar bill. And then our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸, going to finish coloring it and color in the top side of the bill as well. Not like a whole lot of shadowing and effect on here either, just to add a pop of color so your inside of the card isn't so plain. And now we're going to go ahead on this bill with our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸. We're going to do the underside in our dark color. And then up one of the sides. And then we're going to take our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸 and start going up the side to the lighter area. Then just finishing the outer edge of that dollar bill. And I'm just going to darken the darker areas a little bit more. And then our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸, and I'm just going to lightly color the inside. So we have a little bit of a gradation of those greens. Now we're going to go down to the bottom. And with that 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸, again, where the money is curving and where it folds over is going to be the darkest areas. Our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸 to go around the rest of the outside of the money. And then 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸 for the inside part of the bill. Super cute. And then our last one over here, that 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸. So we're going to do all the parts that are underneath the lettering over here. And then our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸 for the rest of that band. And then our 𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐸 to fill in the rest. And there are your dollar bills. So I just want to add a little bit more detail and a little bit more color contrast to mine. You can stop at this point or you can continue with me, but I want to put like a haze around her. So I am going to take my B01 and all I'm going to do is I'm going to start flicking out from the sides of the drawn stamp line with that B01, because I'm just going to blend it all out to give her a haze type around her, just so it looks like she's just not sitting on plain white paper. And then you're going to go and grab your B quad 0, your 0, 0, 0, 0, and I am just going to start blending out that B01, and you can use your chisel end if you need to as well. Now for me, my nib end is saturated more than my chisel end. So you'll see me going back and forth, and that's just so that I can get the area wet and then work it better with my chisel end. If my chisel end had more ink on that side because it was drying out, I would have just used the chisel end to do the whole thing. But again, you work with what you got. Sometimes I don't realize my markers are almost on empty until I'm doing one of these videos, and then I know I have to go fix it. But I'm just going ahead and I am just adding that haze, and you can see it starting to come to life more now with that little bit of a blue haze around the girl. And I'm just going to continue this on the bottom. There's my 𝐒𝐒𝐲 just to really start getting it to blend out. This is the trials and tribulations of working with a drying out marker. And hopefully I have this in a refill, and I do not know because I do use this technique on quite a bit just to be able to give a pop more to my cards. But this effect of giving the haze looks really great also if you do them in yellows, just more of your pale pastel-y type colors. And you just want to make sure you're using a color for the haze that's going to complement the color of your image. And that's really all there is to it. Again, you don't have to do this if you don't want, but I just like that it makes it feel a little bit more grounded for me than opposed to it just the image being colored without anything around it. And that's just a personal preference. But I just love it because it softens the whole thing, because when you're blending it out into the haze, the edges get really, really, really soft. And if you find that yours are not getting soft very well, after you do this technique, you can take your colorless blender and just go over the very, very far edges, and that will also soften it up a lot. Sorry, I'm off camera here. I didn't realize that. But again, this is probably the only time I ever use my chisel end of markers is when I'm doing these haze effects. And there is that, and I just got to do inside this little piggy hole. And then inside her little underside here of her hair, and the money and her clothes area. There we go. We're nearly done. Now you can see just how that blue little haze I think just adds a little bit more to it. Now for the inside part, can't really do the haze because the letters are not connected, but I wanted to do something too because to me now it's just too plain. So I'm just going to add some random dots after I do haze on the money. If the words were a little bit more connected, I probably could have done them more so on that, but it just wouldn't have looked right. So I just didn't do it. So we're just going to haze our little money here again. And then we'll go and do the other dollar bill. Now we're just really doing like the top sides of it, just to add that little bit of hint of color. And like you said, I think it just opens it up that a little bit more detail was put into the card, and it just opens up so there's not so much stark whiteness. You always want to balance your positive space and your negative space, and this I think helps balance it a lot more than you can see the lone dollar bill to the left right there. It just looks like it's just stamped there. It's not really grounded. I don't know why I use that word, but that's the word that comes to me. It's not as grounded as the others, and it just does not look like it belongs so much as to when you add these other little details on the cards. But again, this is all personal preferences. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. I don't always like things, you know, that other people might do on certain crafts they look great. It's just not something aesthetically to me that I might prefer. So you just do what you're comfortable with and what end result you're trying to go for. Okay, so now our money all has a cute little haze. And I could just stop right there, but I am going to add a little bit of some of the colors that are from the front of the card to the inside as well. So I am just going to take that Y35 and I'm just going to add some random dots just to tie in some of the colors from the back of the inside of the card to the front of the card, because I really like when everything is cohesive. When you're doing dots, if you hold your pen at a 90-degree angle to your paper, you're going to get a much finer dot than if you're on an angle. You'll get more of an oval dot as opposed to a circle dot. And this is something that you can practice with on scrap sheets of paper, and the pressure of your pouncing is also going to make the size of your dot different. So when you're using light colors, it's not so important because a lot of them blend together. But if you're doing some darker colors, you definitely want to practice and have a fresh nib on your marker, because big, blotchy, dark colors don't look like dots. They just look like a melded mess of ink, like a blob. So you definitely, when using the darker colors, you want to have a little bit more control, use them a little bit more sporadically, and definitely use them more on the fine tip of your nib, so that they look like dots again and not a glob of ink that fell off of your marker. And I'm sure we've all had that happen to us at one point or another, when our Copic marker was a little bit too juicy and an ink blob fell out. So there is just our little added dimension to the inside of our card and to match our outside. So now we have our card base that you also got in your kit. And we are just basically going to start assembling. So these are our new Slimline card bases. We sell these in the shop. They go perfect with our Slimline dies. So you're going to take your mat and you're going to figure out where you want the inside to go. You can have it on the left side, and then you can have your, your handwritten part of your card there. You could put it on the right side and you can do it there. That's just a personal preference as well too. And if just glue it to whichever side of your card you prefer. And then we also, let's see, we're going to take our glue, and I'm just going to apply some liquid glue to the back of my front mat. And I like liquid glue because it has the time for you to have some wiggle room in there if you don't get it on exactly straight. And so we are just going to mount it as straight as we can into the center of the base of our card. And then our inside, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the right hand side. This is a great card for birthdays or graduation, and you can turn this into a money card or a gift card holder super easily by just adding a little pocket to the opposite side of the inside of your card, depending on where you put your sentiment. So I am just trying to wiggle this to get it straight. So there is that. And now you also got one of our Slimline frames as a die cut in your kit that will just fit right on top of our colored image. We have 5 frames for Slimline dies. We have, this is the basic stitched frame. We have a pretty inside scalloped frame. We have a polka dot, we have a chevron, and we have a rectangle. And they all fit inside our card bases really, really well. So I'm just now going to line that up on top of my card base. It leaves a little bit of a border around your card, well, the frame, and so you still see the border of your card, which is super cute. We are just going to glue that in place. The glue dries clear, so I don't even ever worry if I make a mess, which I always do. But there is our cute little card, and at this point you would be finished with your project and just stick it in the envelope that came with it. But if you wanted to, like I said before, you could turn this into a gift card holder by adding like a pocket. You would just want to measure how wide, and I believe it's 3 inches, and by how tall you wanted it to be. So, and I'll just show you really quick. This is nothing fancy. You guys would make a much cuter pocket, I'm sure, if you did it. But if you were to just grab a scrap piece of paper, a rectangle scrap piece of paper, I think I just made this like 3 inches by 1.5. I didn't measure it, I'm sorry. And whatever height that you end up making it, depending if you're making it hold money or if you're making it hold a gift card, just measure it up against your gift card first so you can see how much of it you actually want poking out. And then you're just going to double side tape 3 sides of your little pocket that you're making, the 2 short sides and then the 1 long bottom side. Again, just measure out whatever you are looking for yours to be. Some people want, you know, a good chunk of a gift card to show through so they could see what company it's from. Some people like none of it to show except for just a little lip that they know, like, oh, pull this out and something's in there. So you would just want to measure that and figure what you need. I should have made mine a little bit taller, but I didn't think that. And I probably would have decorated this if I was keeping it as a gift card holder as well. And then you can just take your card and stick it in this little pocket. So obviously if this was a little bit taller, up to maybe where it covered most of the pancakes, it would have looked a lot cuter. But you get the idea. So you can turn this into, you know, a money holder or however you want for, again, a birthday, anniversary, graduation, or just, you know, somebody that wants money. So that is our completed card. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you on the flip side. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And Vicki, I thought of you at this card because it says in here, as everybody saw, girls just want to have funs. Look at that. And you want to have these funs. You can buy all of these great awesome stamps
Exactly.
from Stamp Anything,
I
like that.
Totally.
But once again, she just does a phenomenal job with her coloring, and I'm going to talk about the sentiment a little bit first, but just like adding those little touches just to the money, it just kind of brings them out, and it's not all just one color. She showed some, some different shading and things like that. But I love how she does this. And then also just always making that black and white, what am I trying to say? Figure, I guess, come to life.
I know.
With the hair and the shading and the color. But I just thought, and gosh, what a fun stamp to get in your kit too.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that whole stamp, but I just love it because this kind of tells the story of all. This could just say crafters just want to have funds,
right?
For sure. Because I don't know. Let's see. Where are your funds? Let's see. Let's do the Vicki funds-o-meter. Where are we, Vicki?
Well, if those are dollar bills, 20s.
Let's see, we're down to the piggy
probably
bank
the coins. Yeah.
Well, we can always have fun with
especially after a box day of shopping.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Yeah, it started up. This is Vicki here and then down here at the end.
Yeah.
But how fun is that,
So fun.
And her having that much fun. Look at that joy on her face too. Right? So but we always, love and I just love the look of the Stamp Anything images and everything too. So, but love how she incorporated that sentiment inside as well. So
fun.
So thank you for that adorable project and that great stamp in your kit. So if you got a kit, you got that whole stamp. So
right,
can't beat that.
And that stamp set is so versatile because you could give that, make the card, and it could be for a birthday gift, and you just slip in some cash in there, and stuff like that. It's so cute for the theme, it's just fun,
Exactly.
I love it. And it's nice to have in your stash because you could use it for so many different things.
Yeah.
And like Dave was saying, honestly, I've learned so much from watching Annie color because she just brings the whole image to life, all the different shading is so easy that she's such a great teacher. I think I've become almost a little bit better at color.
She's getting good.
I'm okay. I tried.
She colored on my Christmas gift. She did a figure, and it was awesome.
It was okay.
Yeah, it was good.
No, but yeah, Stamp Anything, and I went on the website and I noticed that she has new tools, which is really neat. So there is a toolkit, which is so cute, and a lot of it's in pink. And so, in our craft rooms, it's also nice to add those really cute little fun things for, to match our craft rooms. Of course, we all love the pink. And then there was a sticky pad. This is a must-have, a pink mini heat gun tool.
Oh, there you go.
It's pink. It's pink, you guys, pink. And then, there's this new washi tape that is Stamp Anything themed. There's two different washis, I believe.
That is
and
new.
it says Stamp Anything on it. And I thought that is so cute because how many of us have spent this whole year almost virtually being with Stamp Anything?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be so cute to take pictures of ourselves and make a layout or a mini album or put it in our planner using that Stamp Anything washi tape.
Yeah.
It's a must-have for 2020, 2021, because we've been with Stamp Anything a lot, right?
Yeah.
She's done a lot of our events. So
and I know
so cute.
the Zoom group that I'm on there, we always take a picture of everybody. So you can print out a picture of, working on, the megas or whatever together and include the washi tape. How cute is that?
Yes,
That's a great idea.
The washi is, oh my gosh, it's a must-have. There is also watermark embossing pad, embossing powders, and Aztec and Emerald which is gorgeous.
Nice.
I think those are new colors. There's so many amazing and adorable chibi kids that are just in every holiday, every theme. Oh my goodness. There's like, you know, I love retro type.
Yes.
I love retro dressing and all that.
Yes.
And there's this cutest one, like glasses. I'm like, oh my gosh. There's new chibi kids that are Sierra Make-A-Wish, Rose Birthday Time, Richard Big Splendor, and all those also come with dies. So
nice.
That's so nice.
Yes, yes.
There's Annie's garden stamps, and the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
It's just adorable.
Yeah. And she has dies now.
Yes,
or more dies now. So,
yes,
yeah.
and like greetings and sentiments. I mean, it is just
just got to check it out.
Yes, you gotta check it out. So let me go ahead and give you the show. I got so excited I forgot to share the special.
That's right. Well, everybody's waiting on the special.
Yes. Okay. So let's see. Chibi Kids stamps for all occasions, stamps, stencils, dies, and inks. Get 20% off your next website order using code GIRLFUNS, and that will be available through February 21st. So
Awesome.
That's
great.
Awesome.
Great specials. Great presentations today. We love them all. Guys, I'll learn so much today new
Yes,
for Slimline.
for sure. This box is a wealth of information and fun and you know all that and love.
Yes,
love.
Crafting love for
Yes.
Valentine's Day.
Yes.
So, well, everybody,
I love your shirt too, by the way. And I
yes,
love
we have
my
our new
shirt.
shirts.
These are our new shirts. This is the new cut. Sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
that's
you, but
fine. Go right
I
ahead.
I wanted to share it with you because it's so comfortable. It's called the boyfriend tee, but it's in a woman's cut, so it goes in a little bit. So if you can see, it's so comfortable. And which one does this one say, Dave? Spread love and craft on.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love the color. It comes in so many different beautiful colors, and it's soft
All the great
and
shirts,
comfy.
yes.
Yeah.
You'll want to grab those. So if you're Zooming or when you can get to craft in with your friends, you want to grab those. So
And you can find that at SSBE shopathome.com, and then click under merchandise, and then it'll take you to apparel, and then that's where all the different new designs are and colors. And there's baseball tees, there's tank tops. It's going to start warming up.
Yeah, all different types. And you'll want to keep checking it out because we always have new styles and designs.
Yes,
so.
and then there's also, we try to show the aprons in the background.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could see, but there's aprons that can go with when you're watercoloring or whatever.
Yes, and it's got little pockets for all your goodies.
Yes,
so all your snacks.
Yeah, me would be snacks.
Well, thank you, everybody. And also, if you watched today and weren't able to get one of our kits, you can still go on at our shop@homeevents.com and get a kit. We still have some kits left. And also a couple things. We are on Facebook and YouTube. So if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, we'd love to have you. So just go to Stamp and Scrapbook Expo on YouTube and you're going to subscribe. And then down here, there's a bell that you're going to click on, and that will notify you of all the great events that we have coming up because we don't want you to miss any of them. Or another great way to stay in touch with us is to go to craft@homeevents.com. Sign up for our newsletter. We send out one every week so you know what's going on while we're still at home here at Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. So everybody, happy Valentine's Day, and we will see you soon.
We love you so much.